So do you know if there are any more microphones? That's it.
Good morning, everyone. We have a little technical difficulty, so as soon as I get the microphone, we'll start. If you're a resident voter of town, please make sure you have one of these in order to vote.
forms later you stack. That's why I said small.
Right. Well, I see you've got the crowd here. He said that she was back, so I took off. I'll share it with you twice.
Fix with you? Hi. Twice in 1 week.
I know. You think we live in the same town?
I know. I don't see you in forever, and then twice in 1 week.
They don't want me up. It's probably saving them.
You know, we pay more than Pittsfield does, right? A little per diem here and there. One shift a month.
Can you hear me now? We just lost a microphone, so bear with us. But we are going to get started. Because this could be a long meeting. Hope you guys all brought water, snacks. Yeah, lunch. Now you can go to restaurants. If you're a resident and you're a registered voter, make sure you have your yellow voting card, please. So I'm going to call the Barnstead School District meeting to order at 9:05. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So at this time, I'm going to read the election results, and if you were not sworn in last week, I will swear you in then. That won't take a long time with it. So for town election, that was held March 14th, Selectman Gary Madden, 210, Richard Therian, 158, Priscilla Teedy, 192, Gary Madden and Priscilla Teedy, 1. Planning Board, 3 years, vote for not more than 2. Aaron Stone, 216, Timothy E., 224, Tess Valancourt, write-in, 78, Aaron Stone and Tim E., 1. Budget Committee, 3 years, vote for not more than 2. Andrew Sylvester, 242. Alan Glassman, 255. They both won. Road Agent, 3 years. George Drew, vote for not more than 1. He had 299. Congratulations, George. Treasurer, 2 years. Hillary Henry, 270 votes. Library Trustee, 3 years. Ann Swick, 287 votes. Trustee of Trust Funds, 3 years. Karen Montgomery, 283 votes. Overseer of Public Welfare, Elaine Swinford, for 1 year, 267 votes. The zoning question passed, yes 214, no 58. So for your school district moderator, voting happened the same day. John Savage did a write-in and he had 53 votes. So at the end of this meeting, he will be your new school district moderator. School district clerk, Timothy E., 263 votes. School district treasurer, 1 year, Hillary Henry, 274 votes. School board, 3 years, vote for not more than 2. Aaron Emery, 123. Kevin Genest, 97. Brandy Pelletieri, 164. Lila Atkins, 153. Brandy and Lila were re-elected to the board. Those of you that are present, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Okay, say, I state your name.
I, John Savage,
Do solemnly and sincerely
do solemnly and sincerely
swear and affirm
swear and affirm
that I will bear faith
that I will bear faith
and true allegiance
and true allegiance
to the United States of America
to the United States of America
and the state of New Hampshire,
and the state of New Hampshire,
and will support the Constitution thereof.
and will support the Constitution thereof.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I state your name.
I, John Savage,
Do solemnly and sincerely
do solemnly and sincerely
swear and affirm
swear and affirm
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me as
all the duties incumbent upon me as school
State.
district moderator
for the term of,
for the term of 1 year,
okay, according to the best of my abilities,
according to the best of my abilities,
agreeably to the rules
agreeably to the rules
and regulations of this Constitution
and regulations of this Constitution
and the laws of the state of New Hampshire,
and the laws of the state of New Hampshire.
so help me God.
So help me God.
If you could see the town clerk after the meeting and sign your papers, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, just a reminder, there is no smoking on school property. And at this time, I would like to have the school board and administration introduce.
Superintendent Tim Brugger.
School board member Eliza Drolet. Member Brandy Pelletier.
Member Eunice Landry.
Member Jason Henry.
Member Lila Atkins. Business Administrator Heidi Duford.
Assistant Superintendent Matt Chizokis.
Allison Minitelli, I am the attorney for the district. And in the audience in the front row, we have your school district clerk, Tim Eade. I'm going to remind you again, make sure you have your voting card. Okay, for this meeting, we have 2 assistant moderators. They are John Savage and Mary Clark. I'm going to ask you to be patient with the people in line who are ahead of you. When at the mic, state your name. Everything goes through the moderator, no debating amongst yourselves, no negative motions. Since this is potentially a contentious meeting, we will be timing people at the microphone, 3 minutes to speak. If you have 5 people ahead of you and they've already said the same thing, you might want to consider sitting down so that the meeting can move on. Well, you guys can peer pressure each other. Only 2 amendments to a warrant at one time. Table cannot be used to kill, only to put off for later in the meeting. To call the question requires a 2/3 vote. Secret ballot requires 5 registered voters present before the debate is over. And you can call point of order if you disagree with the moderator. Up to you guys. Okay. To the inhabitants of the school district of the town of Barnstead qualified to vote in district affairs, you are hereby notified to meet at the Barnstead Elementary School in said district on the 25th day of March 2023 at 9 o'clock in the morning to act upon the articles set forth in the warrant. Article 1, to hear the reports of agents, auditors, committees, or officers chosen, and to pass any vote relating thereof.
I move the article is read.
Second. All those in favor of Article 1, please say aye.
Aye.
Article 1 passes with a voice vote. I am going to ask the board for a motion right now to allow the administrative team, which is made up of non-residents and will include the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, the business administrator, and the principal to speak to a warrant article. This way, every time something comes up, we don't have to do this. It's just a blanket permission to allow them to speak, and also the school attorney.
I make a motion to allow non-district administrative team and attorney to speak to articles as needed.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Is there any comment? All those in favor of allowing this permission, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you for your help. Article 2. To see if the Barnstead School District will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $23,398,200 gross budget to expand and renovate Barnstead Elementary School, including constructing and equipping an addition for a gymnasium, unified arts programs, science labs, and additional classroom spaces, Project 1. And to fund Project 1 to authorize the school board to apply for and accept state building aid in an amount not less than $10,210,940 and to authorize the issuance of up to $13,187,260 of bond or notes in accordance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the school board to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes and to determine the dates, maturities, interest rate, and other details of such bonds or notes, and to raise and appropriate an additional sum of $329,682 to pay debt service on such bonds or notes in the 2023-2024 fiscal year, and to authorize the school board to accept on behalf of the district any federal, state, or private funds that may become available in respect of Project 1. Project 1 will not go forward unless the district receives at least $10,210,940 of state building aid, recommended by the school board, 5-0 vote. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 8-0 vote. 3/5 ballot vote required, 53-cent tax impact. What is your pleasure? The article has been moved and read, seconded. At this time, is this right? Okay. So the school board has requested that discussion of Article 2 and Article 3 be at the same time, even though the voting will be separate. How do you folks feel about that? Okay. I'm just going to take a general consensus that it's okay. Hey, this is your meeting. Article 3. In the event that either Article 2 is not approved, or the district is not awarded at least $10,210,940 in state building aid for Project 1 as described in Article 2 above, to see if the Barnstead School District will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,800,000 gross budget to expand and renovate Barnstead Elementary School, including constructing and equipping additions to A Wing, B Wing, and the old lobby, and the cafeteria, Project 2, and to fund Project 2, to authorize the issuance of up to $1,800,000 of bond or notes in accordance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the school board to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes, and to determine the dates, maturities, interest rate, and other details of such bonds or notes, and to raise and appropriate an additional sum of $44,500 to pay debt service on such bonds or notes in the 2023-2024 fiscal year, and to authorize the school board to accept on behalf of the district any federal, state, or private funds that may become available in respect of Project 2. School board recommends 5-0 vote. Budget committee recommends 8-0 vote. 3/5 ballot vote required, 7-cent tax impact. What is your pleasure? Move the article as read. The article has been moved and seconded. So would you like your presentation now? Okay, Space Needs Committee.
So I just wanted to point out to everyone, the plans for these projects are on the sidewall here. There's a table with additional papers. There's one that's kind of a yellowy beige color and a purple color, and that has some additional information regarding tax impact, real dollar amounts that you may want to pick up and look at. If anybody's here from, yeah. Okay, so we're going to ask Superintendent Roderick to speak to this first, and then the Space Needs Committee members who are here.
There's plenty of time. If you don't have one of each of these, they're over there. There's plenty of time to go get them. I'm not here to talk to you about these plans, these projects. You have neighbors and friends who have been working on this for the last 2 years who can do that today. I just want to talk about a couple of procedural things regarding how state aid works so that everybody understands the context for this discussion. I also want to recognize, after having introductions here today of the school board and those of us who are on the stage, that our new principal, Cara Robdo, is also here this morning and available if anybody needs anything from her. And I also want to recognize and thank for their presence here our state representatives, Barbara Humsbach, who has been extremely supportive of our work towards figuring out the best way for the community to address some of the needs of this building, and also your new senator, your new state senator, Howard Pearl, who's taken the time to be here today as well. And again, has been extremely supportive in the state building aid process. Some simple procedural things. Here's how New Hampshire handles building aid for schools. First, the state budget is biennial. The state legislature and the governor work together on a budget every 2 years. So the budget that's being developed right now in Concord is for fiscal 24 and the fiscal 25. That's an important part of this because the building aid process is also biennial. That means that our application for state building aid that went in July, that has been approved and is now on a ranked list of 17 projects, stays on that list for 2 years. If we do not continue and pursue building aid, which is one of the decisions that could come from this meeting or other meetings, our next opportunity to go back and apply for state aid again is not next year, it's the year after. I think it's important to understand. The other important, there's more than two, but another important thing to understand about New Hampshire school building aid is that being approved, qualifying, and being on the list, the numbers are in the warrant and on the sheets. We qualify, Barnstead qualifies for 10 million plus in state aid toward expanding and renovating this school if you choose to do so. That doesn't mean you get the money. This is an interesting system. We've already applied, we already qualified, we're on the list. Now, it's up to the governor and the legislature to agree on a budget that actually funds building aid. And this is why there's a ranked list of 17 projects, because whatever funding ends up in the state budget will fund the first project first. And then if there's money left in the state budget after that for school building aid, they move to the second project, and the third, and so on. Now, in November, we were initially ranked 10th of the 17 projects on the state building aid list. We won't have that conversation today. We've had some feelings about it. But as of today, we are no longer 10th. At least 2 of the projects in front of us have failed to get their warrant articles passed in their communities. And once an article like Article 2 on your warrant doesn't pass, you're removed from the list, and everybody else moves up. So I don't want to belabor these points, but I think if you don't have a basic understanding of how this system works, I can certainly answer more questions if there are any, but I think a basic understanding of how this system works is important before your neighbors who have been serving on the Space Needs Committee for the last few years start talking about their work and the needs of the building and why these articles exist and those plans do as they are here today. So I think that's it for me. That's it.
Okay, who's next? So, Kate Curry.
I forgot my notes. I'm not even getting it. Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me now? Yes. Guys, look at the community we're building right now in my support of community technology. How was that? Is that better? Yes. Yeah?
Can you guys in the back hear her?
Yes, we can. Okay.
Okay, that's the important thing.
So, hello, Kate Berry. For the past couple years, I've served as the chair for the Space Needs Committee. And I have had the good fortune of working with an incredible group of people. And I want to speak to that real quick. The Space Needs Committee, well, first of all, I appreciate the moderator saying earlier, this could be potentially a contentious meeting. And I actually disagree with that. I don't think it has to be contentious. I think people can disagree and we can come together in a room to learn and understand each other's perspectives, which is why I took a position on the Space Needs Committee in the first place. Because I got tired of watching 2 groups of people fight over the same pieces of pie. And so what we really try to tackle in the Space Needs Committee these past few years is making sure that we had multiple voices and perspectives on that committee. We had members of the Budget Committee, we had members of the Planning Board, we had members of the Select Board, we had members of the School Board. We specifically went after and sought out voices who had been really, really vocal in their concern around how tax dollars were being spent at the school. And we invited those people into that space as well. And so when you see these recommendations, please know that they're made up of a broad landscape of the town people, and that was on purpose. You can't make decisions in an echo chamber, and we really try not to do that. I think that's really important. How you vote today is how you vote today. But the exciting thing that will continue on outside of these two decisions or these two articles is that we have people who traditionally have not worked together who are working together. And that's exciting. And a good thing, I think. We really took a look at and heard the concerns of people around two really difficult things. One is that the current building is not adequate for the students that it houses. And we took a deep dive over multiple years. It took me multiple years to really understand that fully. I didn't understand it coming on, right? So we needed to understand kind of what was going on there. But then on the other hand, too, we needed to be really respectful and really cognizant of the fact that these are tax dollars, right? And I don't want my tax bill to shoot into the stratosphere because I can't afford it, right? It's not that I don't want it. It's not that I don't want kids. I just physically can't afford it. So we took that perspective and we spent a lot of time saying, okay, what's the goal of the space needs to be? And the goal is two different buckets, right? One is to provide information, which I think, if you've been following along, the fact that there's information posted on the website, there's information here today, is a shift. We haven't had access to that level of information before. And that's so that you can be an informed voter and you can make your own decision, right? That's really important. And I think that that's what a committee does when they respect the people who are making the decision. So that's one thing, is provide information. And then the other thing was, we provided a recommendation based on all those different perspectives and based on all that information that we gathered over a period of years, knowing that not everybody can take that deep dive into that information, right? I mean, we met what, monthly for like 2 years, 2 full years. We had 3 information sessions where we invited people from town who didn't have that opportunity to come ask questions, but also to express their opinions, right? And to have input on what they thought these recommendations should include. And we really tried to include those voices. The building aid, and I'm saying this specifically because I know we have governmental officials in the room, which I appreciate, is challenging, right? It's challenging to have that list when we have such deep need. So the way that we structure these articles, again, is to give you choice. We've given you information, and now there's choice, right? So if you look at Article 2, it's like, hey, let us take these grant funds, spend some money, our hard-earned money, which we respect, and if we don't get those grant funds, it doesn't go forward. It poops into the nether, right? The second one is to say, hey, let us do some of that big project. Let us take a puzzle piece out of there and at least start to address some stuff, because we've also heard from people, prices are just going up. We do have problems. Maybe we can't do everything that we know that the school needs, but we can at least get a start on things. So it's confusing to have those articles, but that was the way that we would give everybody here the most choice and opportunity, again, to affect the outcomes of today, right? So if I could leave you guys with a couple of things. One is that we can all work together. It's okay, right? Regardless of how we feel on an issue. And we have to vote the way we have to vote, and that is okay. This is a cool opportunity where even if, the outcome of today doesn't stop the Space Needs Committee. So if this generates some feeling in you, whether it's we missed something or you want to lend your voice to some part of it, join it, come to meetings, participate, right? Please. Especially if your voice is different than the one that you're hearing me say. That's the other thing. And then the third thing is that it's your choice, and it's your ability to become an informed voter that's really driving this committee. So as we move through future endeavors, keep looking for that, right? Keep looking for that information so that you can make the best choice for who you are and what you're going through right now. That's it. Good. See, I didn't even look at it.
Thank you, Kate. Okay, just a second, Mr. Conrad. Did Wayne Whitney or Michelle Rosado want to speak to this? They're members of the committee, and then I'll let you go first.
Okay, you want me to step out of line?
Please.
Okay.
I will put in one procedural question. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good. 1 inch from the microphone makes all the difference.
it does.
If this should reach a secret ballot, how long must the polls remain open?
This, because it's a bond issue, it is a ballot, and the poll must remain open for an hour
Okay.
for each warrant article. So for 2, it needs to stay open for an hour, and for 3, it needs to stay open for an hour.
Okay, great, thank you.
No, get right up there, Michelle.
Okay, so how's this? Better?
Can you guys hear her in the back? Michelle, just like this.
Okay, I feel like, you know.
It's not gonna bite you. Get right up
It's not
there.
gonna bite me. Okay, how's that? Is that better? Okay, great. I'll just try to keep projecting as much as possible. Public speaking is not my favorite thing. I've sat on several space needs committees. I'm the old lady on the committee is how I refer to myself. I just want to echo everything that Kate said. Look, we all have stuff, right? And we're all going to make our own vote today based on all of the things that are important to us, that affect us as residents of this community. But what I want to say is this building belongs to this community. It is first and foremost a school, and it takes a village to raise all of our children and educate all of them. I think I just want to leave you with this. When we cast that vote today, if you could just think about, we're all going to make, like I said, our own decision based on what's best for us. But when you check that box, yes or no today, if you could just take into consideration all of the things about this building, and it's a community building, and wouldn't it be great if we could have other things here, things for adults in this community, that support not just the children in this community, but every member of this community. Just think about that when you check yes or no today. Like Kate said, everybody makes our own decision, but I just want to leave you with those thoughts. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Wayne.
Hello, my name is Wayne Whitney.
Step up to the mic, Wayne.
Okay. I think most of you know me. I'm on the budget committee, and I'm elected to want to be on the space committee.
Can you guys hear him in the back?
No.
Okay, Wayne, same thing. You gotta keep your right focused.
Okay. I'm also a member of the Space Needs Committee. The reason why I wanted to be on it, most of you know that I'm a very conservative person as far as taxes go. And the thing is that when we started this venture, I was concerned that, and I expressed to the committee that if we do this project, we can't come back to the town 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, that we have to address everything so that the taxpayers will not be hit with other repairs and necessary additions onto the school. And I got that reaffirmation from the committee. When I first came into the school, being in the medical field for 50 years, I looked at the nurses' station and I says, how can we have this? You have 2 cots that are like a space of 2 feet apart, and that you have kids from 6 to 16 years old. You have somebody that's coming in that's throwing up, and somebody else that's got another problem, and with no privacy. And so that added to the cost of refurnishing the school, because now it would be addressed. And as far as a lot of the other things that go on in this school, it was a learning process for me because I don't know how to run a school. But the thing is that the money was the most important thing to me. And people need to consider that, first of all, Article 2, if it's passed by us,
I feel that I don't give up until the last end. I'm still hopeful that maybe we can get the money from the state, but if we don't, it's gonna be like 4 years before you see an impact on your taxes on Article 2. Article 3 was put in there so that we can address some of the stuff that's going on that needs to be addressed right now. So that we're not sitting on our hands and just doing nothing. My argument is to support these two articles, which I do, is that boards change. We have a school board and we have a Space Needs Committee board that has been very concerned about the impacts it's going to have on our taxpayers. And I thank them for that. And the thing is that if we don't do anything, this town is changing. Boards change, population changes. We've seen people move into this town that maybe not struggling as much as a lot of us have. And the thing is that if we don't do anything, what will happen is that down the road, whether it's 2 years from now or 4 years from now, somebody may come up and say, let's just build a new school. Then we're going to be stuck with $50, $60, $70 million. We can't afford that, and the boards realize that. That's why they're presenting you with what we do. And if you approve both of these warrant articles, Article 3 is important because if you see the money that we're investing into the school, that would pretty much affirm that we're not going to tear down this building, that we're going to go forward and we're going to pound away and try and get the money from the state, whether it's 2 years from now or 4 years from now. The thing is that with the rate of inflation, you've got to remember that mortgage rates go up, the value of property goes down. One of the things you look at when you go into Zillow to look at to buy a house is they look to see what kind of school system we have. That increases the value of the property. Whether you're planning on staying here for the next 5 years or you want to sell your house down the road in 2 or 3 years from now, if you want to keep the value of property up, invest some money into the school system. I don't want to take any more of your time, but I thank you for listening.
Thank you. So Brandy and I were the two school board reps who served on the Space Needs Committee as well. And I just wanted to speak to the reason why there are two articles. I want to make sure it's crystal clear that everyone understands, because the committee felt like it would be confusing and we had to choose something. But as Kate said, we wanted to give everyone a voice and a choice. So the school board's asking for you to support both articles, and the reason for that is that only one will move forward. But if they don't both pass, and for whatever reason we are granted building aid, it becomes available to us. If we don't pass two, we get bypassed, as Superintendent Broderick explained earlier. We drop off the list, we have to reapply in 2 years. Article 3, the smaller project, which you can see over there on the boards, gives us the opportunity to take care of some really critical, immediate needs. So at our last district meeting, you approved us to expend some money that we did on a space needs assessment, a building needs assessment. And that came in with maintenance needs ranked in order of urgency to the tune of $3.2 million. And as we know with inflation, that's just going to go up. We're going to discover additional things that need fixing. And so Article 3, the small project, gives us the opportunity to take some additional grant funds that we still have remaining to do some projects and put together a bond payment that is in line with what we've been paying on the Prospect bond, which was completed and paid for this year, 23. So that's why I hope that's clear, that's why we've aligned the two. So one will only go forward if we receive state aid. Two will go forward if we do not receive state aid, and both articles are passed. So I hope that makes sense. And so, Randy, do you have anything you want to add about the?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my
Step
name,
right up to the mic.
I think I was pretty loud, I may not need it.
I think you do need it.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Richard Penny, resident of the town. I've been involved in administration and teaching in the educational system for over 36 years. One of my first teaching jobs was right here. And when I come back and do the games for the kids and so forth, you know, I always walk around the building. That was my office right there. Nothing's changed except one brand new wood shelf. Up top of the stage behind you where they have the storage, we didn't have a safety rail up there. That was built up. Other than the additions that we have, there's not been much of a change here. And I think it's time. I see the kids and I deal with the kids on all the sports in the town daily basis. And I know it's very tough for everybody. I understand that. But if we don't make an investment in our town, and more importantly, when you see everything that's going on, if we don't make an investment in our children, it's going to be really rough for us down the road. And it's easy for us to say, well, you know what, I don't have any kids here anymore. I don't do this, it doesn't affect me. In a way, it affects us all. But I understand how people have to vote, how they feel they have to vote, and that I don't begrudge it. But if you can please just look in your heart for the kids of this town. And as a lot of you, I deal with them on a daily basis with refereeing and officiating. And our children are an important asset. Every time I walk into here, the administrators that I speak to, or the teachers that I speak to, you're all about the kids as well. And it was also said that it would be nice to have a home base for different activities, maybe some types of adult education, different activities that this building can now supply, which would be fantastic. So there are a lot of benefits and a lot of advantages. And the gentleman just before me, as he spoke, it's true. The longer we wait, the more expensive it gets. Everything changes. So sooner or later, and it's cliche to say, but we got to bite the bullet. And we got to take care of our kids. And yeah, maybe I'm a little biased because I'm an ex-educator, administrator, but out of that role now, with being retired and coming and officiating and doing games, I go to different gyms, a lot of different schools. And the parents and the people of this town, why I continue to work here, there are some schools that some of us won't, because it's just not a nice atmosphere. It's a great atmosphere here. School board, the teachers, the kids, parents, everything. We have so much going for us right now, we have to take advantage of it. And again, being a little bit biased, but when I walk in here, and when I started doing games for Barnstead a number of years ago, I remember coming to my wife and like, oh my God, honey, it's the same. It's the same. And our kids are resilient. They get by with what we have, but they can be doing so much better. We owe it to them. That's the most important thing. Okay? And so I just want you to really think before you vote, and like I said, when you vote yay or nay, we're still only going to be friends when we leave here, but the most important thing is it's an investment in our town, in our future, because what our kids do and the success of our kids directly affects us as well. Okay? And talking to members of the police force and everything, they're so supportive of what we do and what we have for the kids, and that's just something, I think we've got a great community. Some towns don't have this, so if we can foster this and go forward, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Burton, you can hear me. I'm at 115 North Road. So, I have been in this town for 9 years next month. So I am a newbie compared to, I'll use the TD family as an example and a few other families that have been here since, God used an outhouse. And when I first came to this town, and within a couple of years, I firmly believed that there was about, on average, 55 to 65 people that came to a school board meeting every year and voted on everything for how many residents there were at the time. And quite frankly, and this is no reflection, but it's up here right now, I didn't think the school board was very transparent. And if anybody knows me, I was the enough is enough guy back in 2016. I thought school prices were just, things were just going up, and we were having very little input. That year, 400 people came to the school board meeting, and I think that's a low number, because the light bulb went on and a lot of people wanted to be involved in making decisions. Last week, I voted no on an article which I believe jeopardized the long-term future of the New Hampshire, the second largest New Hampshire aquifer in this state, for a short-term positive, maybe to our taxes by pulling gravel out and maybe building a building down the road. I thought it was a bad choice. I thought it was a bad decision. I was very disappointed that that article moved forward and was voted on to the positive. So that said, let's talk about transparency. I firmly believe you have one of the most transparent superintendents in this state. I've got to know him very well. I consider him a friend. And he and I have talked a lot about these two warrant articles, 2 and 3. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I firmly believe, and I think the gentleman, the last few people that talked about it, I'll put it in simpler terms. The check light is on in your car. You can ignore it. You can drive without it. I know if you got a tractor or something, you better do something about it, or any of the other farm vehicles you have, because if you don't. I also firmly believe that warrant article 2, I think we can do better than that. And I talked to Tim Broderick about that. I think that number is going to be lower, even with inflationary, because I think that was a very high number. It was based on everything. Concerning warrant article number 3, and I think it's been covered just to make sure, warrant article number 3, if both are approved and warrant article number 2 moves forward with the state funding.
Time's up, Mr. Furby.
Okay, well, can I have 1 more minute, please?
What do you guys think?
No.
Okay.
Time, 1 minute. Warrant article 3.
No.
Oh, they said no.
Wait.
I'm hearing no's and yes.
No. Sit down.
1 minute he gets, and then you're done. It started.
Warrant article 3 is embedded in warrant article number 2. So if 2 passes and gets funded, warrant article 3, that $3.3 million is inside, built into that 23 million. So the bottom line is the check light is on your car. What do? I think we're at a nexus, at a point where it makes sense right now. And finally, remember, we're paying the last year on our bond to the high school to the tune of over $400,000, which we are already realizing. And the school board can talk to this, but I believe that $400,000 would be rolled over instead of giving it back to us, which we're already realizing.
Time's up.
Time's up.
Thank you.
I think you clarified for me, but what we need to understand is we have to pass number 2 in order to also pass number 3. Like if 2 fails, then 3, are we able to vote on 3? Just a little confused and want a little clarification on that.
No, so they can both pass, they can both fail, but we're asking for support of 2 and 3 because of the projects, the way the projects are lined up. So if one passes and we are somehow miraculously granted state building aid, then we'll go forward with the big project. If 2 fails, or if 2 passes and we do not receive building aid, then we move to the project presented in Article 3, which is the smaller scope, the smaller bond, and so if that doesn't pass, then we're left with no options. There's nothing.
So our best option as townsfolk and taxpayers is to vote yes for both of these so that we can at least secure that we are going to get something to add on to this building. You know, Rich Penny was here when I took my first position here in 1985, and and I can tell you that not much has changed. Yeah, we've piecemealed some stuff together, but it's time, people. And I'm looking at retirement, so my taxes, yeah, I'm concerned, but our children are our future. So I hope we can pass this and be, on a forward path now.
Thank you. And I just want to highlight what Mr. Furton said, which I meant to do earlier and neglected to conclude. The scope of the smaller project, if that is what we in fact end up doing, that gets removed from the scope of the larger project, reducing the amount of work needed and hopefully the cost of project one.
Let me start the timer. Can everybody hear me? It's down low here. A little historical data. As a school board member, we had presented renovations two different times. The cost of this smaller footprint is what the cost of the renovation that we presented back in 2009 or 10, which would have doubled the footprint of the school. You can see how the cost of materials have increased. I urge you to support Article 2 and Article 3. If you delay it, for example, we know Alton voted down renovating the roof at Prospect Mountain. By Alton voting that down for 2 years, that cost the taxpayers of Barnstead over $400,000 because of the material increase. So I urge you to support it. We need to do this. I've had kids in the school since 1999 actually, and the school is the same with the exception of things moved around. We need to do something about this. It's time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maura.
Can you guys hear her?
Hi, my name is Maura Beck. There, you got it? Okay. I'm a resident of this town. My kids are in their 20s. And as to what the gentleman said earlier about Zillow, if I were to look at the school system, I don't look at the structure per se. I look at the performance of the school, and unfortunately, we're below 50 percentile of the state average performance. Okay, does the structure of the school have an impact on that? No, I see that we have let go of voted to let go of a full-time teacher. We have reduced special education. Where are we going with this? I mean, if we're really worried about the education of our children, we should be supporting that. That should be first and foremost. Do I agree with maintaining a building? Yes. Maybe we can hire a maintenance staff. I am originally from another state, and we had maintenance staff. My mother worked for the Board of Education, so I know that. And they addressed the maintenance needs as they happened, as they occurred, and they continually kept them up. And this way, the costs were reduced. I also noticed in the large booklet of renovations that need to be done, have we had competitive bids on these projects? Where did these numbers come from? They seem highly inflationary. Right? I cannot believe the prices that I'm seeing for this. My ex-husband was a contractor. I do not believe that that is the actual price. That's blowing my mind. But if I were a homeowner to buy into the district right now, and I was thinking about putting my child in a school, I would be concerned about those test scores, etc. So that's one thing. And another thing about bonds, okay, I work in the investment banking. Over the course of a period of time, right now, the interest rates are very high. They're going to continue to go up right now, okay? And over a course of a period of time, say it's a 10-year bond, whatnot, that interest is going to accumulate. So the cost that you're looking at right now is going to be higher in the end of what we're going to be paying. I believe in a smaller, much smaller. Why lump in a lobby and a cafeteria with an expansion of school classrooms? I believe, yes, the school classroom needs to be expanded. I understand that. But why do we need a pretty lobby right now? I mean, people are concerned about money. People are very tight. We're in a recession. Maybe you should think about just confining it to what we really need for the children. Lobbies and cafeterias are lower on the list. So that's all I have to say. Some things to think about. I don't know if it's too late to revisit. I did not find out about this meeting except I went on Facebook. Talking about flyers coming to homes. Myself and my neighbors did not receive them. And I thank God we're on Facebook and happy to see that this meeting was occurring today. And that's all I have to say. We've got to keep in mind, but a maintenance staff could keep up with the maintenance.
Thank you, Ms. Beggs.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mary Clark. I just have a couple of questions. On the separate warrant articles on page 35, you list Article 2 and Article 3, request on amount of tax impact. That's only for the interest on the bond, not the bond payment itself. Can you tell me the tax impact of the bond payment, whether it be the first or the second one?
So on each article, these sheets include more detailed information about the bond payment schedules. The first year that a school district takes out a bond, whether it's with the New Hampshire Municipal Bond Bank, which is who provided these estimates for us, or another bank, there are options for the school board to go out and seek more competitive pricing. The first year impact is an interest-only payment, and we are required by the Department of Revenue Administration to write the article that way. We have no choice. But that's why these sheets include what the subsequent tax impact of the principal and interest payments would be in the future, because we don't want this to be misleading. So the first year impact, for example, of the Article 2 bond, the bigger one, that's priced as a 20-year bond. It does anticipate higher interest rates. The last bond bank sale, they sold bonds at 3.38%. They're not going to do that next time. This estimate is based on 5.5%. The first year tax impact listed in the article is 53 cents per thousand, but subsequently it would be about $1.70 per thousand. And on the, we're going to call this the buff colored sheet, at the bottom, there's a calculation of what that would mean in the tax bill for a $200,000 home, a $300,000 home, a $400,000, $500,000, and so on. On the second project, warrant Article 3, it's a 4-year bond, but there is the same thing. There's a first-year interest-only payment, which is what's listed in the article. That's a 7 cent per thousand impact, but then the 4 principal and interest payments come in. Again, estimated at a higher interest rate because we know what's happening in the market. That comes in at, 79 cents per thousand each of the 4 years that those payments are taking place. And again, we're going to call this one the lilac sheet. At the bottom of the lilac colored sheet, because it's that time of year almost, is a calculation for what that would mean in the tax bill for a home valued at $300,000, $304,000. I hope that answers the question.
So the second year, you're saying $1.70 per thousand on the first one and 79 cents per thousand on the second one. Does that also include the interest? Or if you add the interest, it would be?
Nope, that's principal interest. That's the full payment for the subsequent years of each bond. They fluctuate slightly, so these are estimates on top of estimates on top of estimates. So these are the best numbers we can give you. So on the 20-year bond, for example, 1 year it might be $1.68. Another year it might be $1.73. So we've given you an estimate of $1.70 per thousand. So that's for 20 years. That's every year for those 20 years. Same with the other one, except it's a shorter term bond, so it's a little bit easier to come close. In fact, the bond bank gave us identical 79 cents per thousand estimates for all 4 years.
Okay, and that's in addition to all the programs and all the other contracts, everything else. I just want people to think about that. You're talking $1.70 per thousand on your tax rate for 20 years. On the second one, you're talking 80 cents per thousand for 4 years. I think that people really have to think about the tax rate with everything else that's going on, and that's, you know, I think that that's important, that people understand that, yes, that's on top of everything else. Okay, so thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Tim Conrad. I think the superintendent just made a very, very good point about interest rates. The Fed's just increased another quarter. This is a bad time to borrow money. The interest rates will go down, I can tell you for sure, because as soon as I think it's advantageous to move my money out of the stock market into an online savings account at 4.5%, as soon as I complete the transaction, the interest rate starts going down, because I have to reverse it all over again. Second thing, just quickly, historical perspective, when this building was first built in 1957 or 58, it failed according to legend, and I'm quoting Russ Krauss, who's no longer with us, but was a great person. It failed the first time, and the voters came back and said, you get this building under 100,000, and we'll buy it. The next year they did, and that's how Barnstead Elementary started. And the third question is, can anybody give me when the enrollment at Barnstead Elementary peaked? Because I know it's down right at the moment, at around 470.
When we get to the operating budget article, if I'm allowed to, you'll actually see an enrollment chart on the slide. But for the last 7 years, there have been fluctuations in enrollment between 449 and 496, but up and down, believe it or not, and I'll speak to this later, again, if you want me to. Our enrollment's been relatively flat over that period of time, which is very unusual among rural schools in this state and in this country over the last 15 years. Most rural school populations are dramatically declining, including our friends adjacent to us in Alton, which has driven a reduction in enrollment at our high school. Again, that's coming later today. But here at this school, enrollment has been relatively flat over the last 7 years. Up and down within that 50 student amount, but never just in one direction or the other.
And prior to that 7 years, did it peak at over 500?
I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. I believe it did. So we are down probably somewhere near 50 students from the peak. I'm just guessing on that. Thank you.
Hi, Rick Semino, live on the Garland Road. I want to point out that this building hasn't changed in a long time. There's an exhaust fan on the roof that's not running. These two air handlers are not running in the back. Most classroom units are shut off. This is historical stuff, because they're so noisy. And when you shut them off, you're all breathing each other's breath, right? And this has been like going on for years. I've been in meetings like this with a CO2 monitor. It was going off in 5 minutes at 2,000 parts per million of carbon dioxide. So I recommend if anybody's thinking negatively about voting on number 2, we close these doors.
Get to the mic.
Close these doors if you're not going to vote yes on number 2. Barnstead typically pays a lot more in taxes than schools. Barnstead, 2 to 3 times more than Alton or Rye or Manchester, because they have more resources. So we have to work twice as hard to get a good education. Usually I find we work twice as hard and we get half the resources. So when you see me on Garland Road cutting and splitting firewood, I'm doing it so I have enough to help pay for the school. Thank you for listening.
Linda Bramante. I wanted to ask the superintendent.
Linda, get up to the mic.
I wanted to ask the superintendent about the trailers that we have. What the cost has been over the last 20 years and what the cost to purchase would be.
You don't want to buy those things. We make a lease payment in the operating budget currently of $42,000 a year for the privilege of using those two modular classroom buildings. Apparently, we had never requested a buyout price from the leasing company. I requested, at the school board's direction, a buyout price from the company, and they suggested that we could buy them at the end of our current lease for $165,000 when they stopped laughing. I'm not going to tell you what I said.
And how much?
Oh, how much have you spent total? I'm sorry, rough number, $850,000 between leasing and site work out there. It could be 900, but I don't want to be accused of, trying to be too persuasive by inflating the number. You've certainly spent at least $850,000 on these two units. Now, I've learned recently that maybe there were other modulars before them, and I'm sorry, that was news to me recently. But on these two units, one of them for about the last 20 years and the other one for 12 or 13, I think you're about $850,000 total, and it's gone.
Relative to the replacement reserve for repairs to this school, I believe we have $450,000. We're asking for $150,000 this year. You had mentioned that we will probably need to take and replace the furnace in 2 years. What will the price of that replacement cost?
You're not going to want me to do my presentation on the operating budget at this rate. I think it's anyway, so the current balance of the building maintenance fund is a little higher than that now. Who has it right in front? 489. There is a recurring warrant article. It's here today. It's here every year that asks to empower the board to move $125,000 from unencumbered surplus at the end of the year into that fund. That's been passing every year. That will take, did you ask specifically about the boilers? Or am I just thinking that because I wanted you to? Okay. So the boilers, if you look at our facilities assessment, there are some copies over there. The boilers, when we had that assessment done in 2021, still had a few years to go. They weren't at the end of their useful life. So the money in that fund is our backstop against either a premature failure or, for, this is better, a planned replacement of the boilers, which I would say might be 3 years away. So as long as that fund continues to grow, I know it's a lot of money to have sitting in a fund, but when we do that boiler project, it could be $500,000. So by having that money in the fund, it allows the district's capital plan to do a planned boiler replacement and still have, we never want to be walking around without $250,000 in the building maintenance fund, because it also protects us from the unexpected emergency that, because it's unexpected, I can't tell you what it's going to be, but that can happen at any time. So we're in a pretty good place regarding accumulating capital in the building maintenance fund and being prepared to take care of the boilers, which also means when you do the boiler project, you bring in computerized controls that improve efficiency, which reduces our utility consumption. I'm sorry if that was too much.
Okay, Linda, your time's up.
Well, I was going to say the high school bond is paid off. The high school is perfect.
Okay, Linda, your time's up.
Hello, I'm Ben Taggart. I'm a U.S. here in Barnstead. Moved here from Texas, so this is all new to me. I appreciate being here, and I love this place. However, I'm a little confused by everything. It seems like everybody keeps talking about how this school has not changed in the last 30 to 35, 40 years, something like that. Why is that? Has there not been a maintenance budget? Yeah. Well, have you requested anything? I mean, if you haven't contributed to small projects gradually over time to progressively improve this property, it seems like that's mismanagement. We're paying you a lot of money to take care of this property. So, the check engine light has been on for a very long time, and nothing has been done about it, right? That's why you want $40 million?
No, it's not 40.
Cumulatively, I believe it is. No, 23 million.
Okay, well, I'm new here, sir. Okay. So, I'm not going to disagree with everything that you just said. At the same time, I have learned from school board members and Space Needs Committee members and other citizens that there have been multiple attempts over the last 20 years, more, to address some of these issues. But that doesn't, again, I'm not going to disagree with everything you just said. In the last 2 years, we've done the facilities assessment. We figured out that we had at least $3.2 million worth of deferred maintenance that needs to be addressed. Could some of that have been done over a longer period of time? Absolutely. But I'm in this car right now, and we've got to figure it out.
So how are you going to fix that in the future? How are you going to fix that in the future, since you're new here?
Oh no, well, it's my 3rd year, so we've developed a capital plan. That's why we had the assessment done. We've got the building maintenance fund building, we have a plan for the boilers, and the way we do capital planning for a school building is we've got a 5-year window and then a 10-year window, and the next 5 years, we have more or less prioritized what needs to be done each year so that you don't have unexpected failures, right? So we can replace systems in a planned manner, which means we spread out the tax impact, right? Because if we're building funds towards planned replacements of critical building systems, you never get that special emergency district meeting because we need $3 million because of some terrible thing that has happened. So creating a capital plan, which we began 2 years ago, our 1st year here, really is the answer to the question. So we've done that. This building has so many needs that from here forward, we're going to have a lot of difficult annual meetings because we're going to keep coming back with all of these different things. In what is ultimately a 55,000 square foot building, that to meet the children's learning needs should be a 95,000 square foot building. And that does relate to the quality of the educational program. Because when there is the space to do things, they can't be done, or they can't be done.
Isn't there space available in Prospect Mountain High? For 7th, 8th grade? No? It's that full, right?
Does somebody want to answer the 7th, 8th grade question for Prospect?
Part of the problem here is that I talk too much, so you keep asking, you're going to keep getting. It's a good question. And for the joint board, now remember, when we start talking about the high school, you've got 5 board members here, there are also 5 board members from Alton. So they've got to have a shared interest in order to do something at that high school. Alton's K-8 building is not overcrowded, and they don't have the same incentive to move 7th and 8th grades to the high school. There are other issues, and if you go way to the back of the room, there's a display back there on open enrollment, and one of the handouts beneath that display is frequently asked questions about open enrollment. One of them addresses this very question. Why not move the 7th and 8th grades there? And I'm going to tell you what it says is, we might end up doing it someday. It's not off the table. But for the high school's purposes, and frankly, for the benefit of the tax rate, the board has come up with another plan to try first. If we move Alton and Barnstead students to the high school, your taxes don't change. Significantly. We find a few things, but significantly. The open enrollment plan, we're really getting a little off topic now, creates a revenue opportunity that we can discuss later. But the answer to the question about 7th and 8th grade is addressed in a handout right back there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Allison, I just want to make a couple of quick comments to.
Can you guys hear her in the back?
Okay, I'll
Get right up to the microphone, Suzanne.
Suzanne Allison, a couple of quick comments to previous speakers. Mr. Semino's comments were excellent, and what he mentioned about how towns like Barnstead have to work twice as hard to get half as much in our schools has a lot to do with the inequitable state funding. So I urge people to be aware of that. To what Mr. Conrad said about the year that the town said, no, we don't want to build this, come back with a smaller plan or better plan, and then we voted on it. I would argue that that has been done over and over again, but particularly in the last, I think, 6 years, when the Space Needs Committee came before this body with similar things, took back all of our comments, got people from all sides of the aisle together to create a plan that works. So I would argue that that has been done, and I appreciate the Space Needs Committee for that. Thank you.
into the mic, David.
David Allen. I just want to say a couple of things more about what Suzanne just referred to, which is the inequitable state funding of education. It's a system that's designed to make the poor poorer and the rich richer, and to punish those towns that are poor in their property values. Now, we can blame the founders of Barnstead for not keep going 10 miles till they got to the shores of Lake Minnesota. Or we can lean hard on our state legislators to fix it. And that's something that I think both boards in this town, the town select board and the school board should be doing, and all of us as citizens as well. And do not vote for a representative who will not support fixing the school funding system.
Priscilla Teedy. This is my 45th school district meeting. I started in 1978 and I couldn't even vote. I just came with my in-laws to learn what it was. And I've attended all but one since. And this has come up so many times. And I just want to thank the Space Needs Committee. This is the first one I haven't been on in a long time. And it's time to finish the job and get the school to where it should be. Thank you.
Mary Winslow. I appreciate the Space Needs Committee and all the work that went into this, and I thank them greatly for that. I just wanted to address Mr. Broderick when you said that we need a building situation that's presented here to educate the children. And I wanted to just correct that. The building doesn't do the educating. The staff members, the teachers, the programs, that all is the educating. Thank you.
Since no one else is in line, okay, person in pink shirt, you're the last one.
I'm Tracy Bemis.
Speak into the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. That's much better.
I'm Tracy Bemis. I've lived here for 9 years. I've been teaching for 17 years. Not here, but in a town similar to Barnstead, with people who are very concerned about their taxes, who have not spent money on a school in a very long time. There are teachers that are teaching in closets. I'm not talking about like just a small classroom. They've literally cleaned out storage closets that are as big as a walk-in closet, and there are teachers teaching in closets. And if you tell me that that doesn't affect education, are you kidding me? So, also, when we're talking about the check engine light, and you're saying that it was a mismanagement of money, these people have not been up here that long, okay? These people are not mismanaging the money. Like, we have control over that, and that's why we're here, voicing our opinions and voting. So, like, we have all had a hand in that, which is why we all need to work together and determine how this needs to be spent. And the old lobby, and we're not just paying money to, like, make it pretty. Like, I was looking at the paperwork, and it says, like, stuff about security and stuff. Your airports and your state buildings are better protected than your children right now, okay? Like, I hate to bring that up because we don't like to talk about it and whatnot, but your children are not protected, okay? And we need, like, the doors and the windows to be changed to better protect our children. I want to know that when I go to work, that my children are protected and my children are safe. And we can't say that, Barnstead is immune to everything that's going on in the world, because it's not. Okay, the emails and the phone calls and whatever that I've received this year tells me that we're not immune. Things that are going on in the schools everywhere else are also happening here. And teachers, like I said, I'm a teacher. Teachers have this special clause in their contracts that say they get a certain amount of money that gets paid to their family if they get killed while on the job. That's not okay. It's not okay. So also, I'd like to, what is it called, questions? Read the question.
You're the last one in line, so it's gonna happen. So before I open the voting for this, a couple of things. The oldest person in the room gets to vote first. And I think I know who that is. Mr. Cotton, I think you're the oldest gentleman here. So you can come up front and get in line.
Point of order, isn't this a ballot? So it's not a secret ballot, so.
No. A bond vote is a ballot vote. There's a ballot box.
So you're gonna follow, okay.
Yes. You've been to plenty of these, Pam. You know the
You've
drill.
also passed them out before, so, and then we waited and you called us up and we put them in the ballot.
Well, I'm calling up Mr. Cotton to come up first because he's the oldest person in the room. Next. Anybody with mobility issues, meaning walkers, canes, trouble walking, I want you to come up and get in line so you don't have to stand in line for very long. I haven't opened it yet, so you can't get the ballot. Hold on there, Mr. Cotton. Anybody with a mobility issue, please come up and get in line. Make sure you have your card with you too so that they can give you a ballot. Okay, anybody that is standing on this side of the room up against the wall, you need to move unless you're an officer of the law or an assistant moderator. Okay, so, and do not come up on this side of the room after Mrs. Carr. Okay, and I just was told you need to bring your driver's license. You can't give them the ballot yet, I haven't opened it. Okay, so the voting starts at 10:24. We need to keep it open until 11:24. So after people with mobility issues come up, we've got line management over here. We're going to start on this side of the room. You're going to come to the center of the aisle and work your way up. We have Mr. Sylvester and Mrs. Henry to help with that. Yes, you also need to bring your driver's license up. You're going to vote on Article 2. Only Article 2. Oh, that's right. Officer, do we have a police officer in the room? I need you to go over to the assistant moderator, Mr. Savage, and you two will inspect the ballot box to make sure it is empty. And then the ballot box will be locked. Thank you. Is it empty? Okay. So, after everybody with a mobility issue has gotten their ballot, we're going to start with this side of the room, the first row. You're going to come to the middle and go around. You're gonna cast your ballot, go to the back of the room and come up the middle of the aisle. We're only voting on Article 2. Okay, front row. Next row behind them. You have to go to the middle of the aisle, please. Okay. Okay, if you guys could keep moving after you cast your ballots, please. I know you want to visit, but that area needs to be clear so people can walk through. Hurry. Okay, don't cut the line out. Sorry, girl.
Well, when an engineer gets paid on the size of the project, you got a $10 million project, $30 million. You want a $30 million?
I know my father's an engineer, he works in schools, government buildings.
Well, I've done
Okay, when you go up to get your ballot, if you look, you have A to F, G to F, and through Z.
And I think they failed to let us know they're being recorded live stream like this.
I'm going to try to keep it simple.
Go ahead.
I'll bring up the rail.
How are you doing? It ain't so bad getting old, you know that. Yeah, well, you lying or?
I was gonna wait for Brett to go, but he's stuck in the middle of it. So, I'll let you go. Talk so much. Ready? Yeah. Ready to go all the way. I was gabbing. Sorry. That's okay. That's okay. You're allowed to do that.
I am?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are.
You know, when you've been around as long as him.
Exactly right.
Last year I went to Vegas. This year I could have gone to Vegas. You can't take that time off.
No, I'm taking vacation time.
They don't give us vacation time, but I don't have to. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's what happened last year when I went to Vegas. I put in for it at the beginning of the year because I knew and then hotel, flight, everything. And I was planning on leaving if they didn't approve it. A week before, he finally, oh, I'm so sorry, did you do it then? I worked so hard.
I see her all the time. I see her all the time. To go.
Yeah, that's exciting. How about your kiddos?
They're good. Nick's U.S. tour with his girlfriend. They're out. Wow. I think they're in Las Vegas right now.
Oh my gosh,
I know. I haven't seen him since. I know. My birthday's coming.
I gotta give you
How you doing? Yeah.
Can use this.
My children.
Sorry. Go ahead. Take care of your mom. Go ahead. Talking to you, like you're behind me.
I thought that was you last year. You walked by and I went, Joey, because he still walks the same. Kate, I'm amazed at Kate. Told her my mom and dad were so proud. Yeah. She's me. The kind of people they were. So anyway, got a little teary-eyed. But I'm not getting teary-eyed with you. Joseph Van Hal III. It was great. Very proud of that word.
Right, just moderate it.
You do have the floor. See, you know what? I shouldn't have expected anything else. It's getting better. I mean, that was brutal last week. Last week, my arm felt bad. My bones go like a 60 long. Good to see both of you.
If people could step away from the ballot box after you vote, please do not hang out back there. And keep that area clear.
That's what happens when you know everybody.
Yelling at me. Lord, right on. You guys can get in line. There's not a huge. How
you doing, John?
This side's fuller than that side. It's weird. Somebody wants to make a picnic. Send me back.
So we're going row by row. That's more organized.
Yes. Yes.
I like it. You know, I was going to talk
Yeah.
Are there any junior ends in line? You might be able to A through F, G through F, N through Z. Everybody has plenty of time to vote, so you don't need to rush.
and just drinking doesn't help.
Which one? Oh, yeah.
Take it with you.
Let me get to the mic. I want to. This place is haunted. That's why they need to rebuild haunted.
Relationship to walk. Like the whole thing. It's like studying that's what they need to be in. And you still come out on top of it all. I guess so, yeah.
So all discussion notes for number 3 is we decided to discuss.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the kids can't. They do the same thing over and over and over. You never see it.
That should be interesting.
Yeah, it's been a fun job. Yeah. I do. I like it. I don't know, I'm going to be their friends. Been there 6 years.
Is there any A through F people?
You ever got another job? Did you?
so that we don't block people after they vote. Thank you.
You can't beat a dog like that. You can't beat a dog like that. No, I already did.
If you haven't voted, would you please get in line?
Oh, that's right. Of course you could be on. Is it an honor to be the oldest?
Damn right, bro.
If you have not voted on warrant article 2, would you please step out to the supervisors and get your ballot? If you have voted, would you please take your seats?
I'm good, how are you? I'm ready for spring. I'm done with snow. Hey, how are you? Can I go with the should have just said the sponge. Hello, lovely friends. How are you? Good. Are you excited for her to crack?
If you have voted, would you please take your seat?
I know, I am up in the high school now. Yeah, I'm up there for spring. Yeah. And then my daughter works at graduation too. She's supposed to graduate. Yeah, we're supposed to graduate a year early. Yeah, so I'm excited. Yeah, she'll start UNH in the fall. What is she taking about?
If you have voted, would you please take your seat?
Oh, good. Let's see whoever voted winning.
If you folks want to progress on this warrant, let's get you back in your seats if you have not voted. Thank you. Any vote on a bond needs to be open for an hour. So the voting for warrant article 2 is open until 11:24. That does not mean that, with your permission, we can skip ahead and discuss warrant article 4, 5, and 6. How does the body feel about that?
Yes.
Okay. So after we close the voting on the bond, then we will reopen and the supervisors count and we have the results. Then we will open the voting on warrant article 3. Yes, it is the law to keep bond voting open for at least 1 hour. That's how it is. If you don't like it, contact your legislature. Ms. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward and discuss Articles 4 through whatever until that hour is up, and we need to then vote on Article 3. Okay, who seconded that? Diane. Okay, so Pam. I'm going to call you Pam Sargent. Pam Blank moved, and Diane Byer seconded. All those in favor of moving to warrant article 4, 5, 6, and beyond, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Article 4, to determine and fix the salaries of the school board and the compensation of any other officers or agents of the district as follows. Moderator, $150 per meeting. Clerk, $150 per meeting. Chairman of the school board, $2,700. School board members, $2,500 each. School treasurer, $2,500. Truant officer, $125. And supervisors of the checklist, $100 each per meeting. Recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 3-0 to 1 vote. Recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee, 6-0 to 2 vote. What is your pleasure?
I move the motion as read.
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none and hearing none, all those in favor of Article 4, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Article 4 passes as read. Article 5, to see if the school district will raise and appropriate the sum of $304,453.00 for the support of the Barnstead Elementary School lunch program. This appropriation will be funded by a like amount of revenue from the sale of food and state and federal sources. Recommended Barnstead School Board, 4-0 vote. Recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee, 8-0 vote. Majority vote required, 0 tax impact.
I move the article as read.
The article has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor of Article 5, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Article 5 passes as read. Article 6, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate $300,000 and no cents for the purpose of funding grant programs such as IDEA, Title I, etc. Said amount to be offset by matching federal and state revenues, $300,000. No monies to come from taxation, recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 4-0 vote. Recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee, 8-0 vote. Majority vote required, 0 cent tax impact. What is your pleasure?
I move the article as read.
Second.
Is there any discussion regarding Article 6?
Karen Chin.
Can you guys hear her in the back?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have children in this school, and some of this I'm not familiar with, so what the heck is IDEA and Title I?
So IDEA is a federal grant program that supports special education under the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act. Title I is an intervention grant that can provide reading and or math supports for students who demonstrate gaps in learning compared to their peers. We qualify for IDEA based on student population for the most part, and for Title I based on a combination of student population and the percentage of our students receiving free or reduced price lunch. I apologize for the formatting of the slide. We're trying to figure out what's happening over there. Our grant revenues are significantly higher generally than the amount in the article, but the school board has separate authority to accept additional grant revenues after the meeting is acted on.
Any other questions? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor of Article 6, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Article 6 passes as read. Article 7, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum up to $125,000 to be added to the building maintenance fund previously established. This sum is to come from June 30 fund balance available for transfer on July 1. No amount to be raised from taxation. Recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 4-0 vote. Recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee, 8-0 vote, 0-cent tax impact. What is your pleasure?
I move the article as written.
The article has been moved and seconded. Are there any questions?
Barbara Comtois, White Oak Road.
Closer.
Barbara Comtois, White Oak Road. I was just wondering what the fund balance is at present.
579,728.
Thank you, I apologize. I see it.
Any other questions? All those in favor of Article 7 as written, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Article 7 passes as written.
Julie Henry, I would like to restrict reconsideration on Articles 4 through 7, please.
So we have a motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 4 through 7, and it has been seconded by Diane Byer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Article 8. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 and no cents to be added to the Prospect Mountain High School Athletic Field Capital Reserve Fund previously established, said sum representing 50% of the total appropriation of $30,000 and no cents. And further, that this appropriation shall be contingent upon both Alton 50% and Barnstead 50% school districts adopting the article and appropriating and transferring their respective sum of money. Recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 4-0 vote. Recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee, 8-0 vote. This is a special warrant article per RSA 32:3. Majority vote required, 2-cent tax impact. What is your pleasure?
I move the article as presented.
The article has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none and seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No. No.
The article passes as written. Just checking the time. We have 25 minutes left. Article 9, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $14,808 and no cents to be added to the existing PMHS Technology Expendable Trust Fund previously established. Said sum representing 49.36% of the total monies of the sum of $30,000 and no cents appropriation, and further that this appropriation shall be contingent upon both Alton 50.64% and Barnstead 49.36% school districts adopting the article and appropriating and transferring their respective sum of money. Recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 4-0 vote. Recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee, 8-0 vote. Majority vote required, 2 cents tax impact. What is your pleasure?
The article is read. Okay.
The article has been moved and seconded. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
I'd like to know what is the total that is already currently in that fund. There is another question. Why haven't we utilized that? Why is that just sitting there?
The joint board's intention when it created this fund 2 years ago was to ask for it to be funded 3 times to a total between Alton and Barnstead of $90,000. It's intended as essentially an insurance fund against a unexpected technology emergency, a data breach, a ransomware attack, the kinds of things that we can't anticipate going wrong with technology that cost real money if they do.
And what kind of technological, do we have laptop initiative? Do we have that type of thing? Do each child have a laptop? What does that cost? Maybe it doesn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But they did shake their heads that yes, each child has a laptop. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none and seeing none, all those in favor of Article 9, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Article 9 passes as written.
Madam Moderator, I have a signed statement by 5 voters that are attending this meeting to request that the following Article 10 voting be by secret ballot.
Okay, can I see the list, please?
No.
Okay, and all these people I know are registered voters in the town of Barnstead. They're keeping me on my toes. Article 10, to see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Prospect Mountain School Board, JMA Alton Barnstead, and the Prospect Mountain Education Support Professional Association, which calls for the following increase in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. Year 2023 to 24, appropriate $35,179. Estimated total increase, $71,270. We're only voting on this year, but I will read the whole article. 2024 to 25, appropriate $21,481. Estimated total increase, $43,520. 2025 to 2026, appropriate $23,448. Estimated total increase, $47,504. And to further raise and appropriate the sum of $35,179.00 for the 2023-2024 fiscal year, such sum representing 49 3/36% of the total additional cost of $71,270.00, attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels paid in the prior fiscal year in accordance with the most recent collective bargaining agreement. The adoption of this article shall be contingent upon both the Alton and Barnstead districts approving the cost items and raising and appropriating their respective sum of money to fund the cost items. Recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 4-0 vote. Recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee, 8-0 vote. Majority vote required, 6 cents tax impact. What is your pleasure?
Move the article as read.
The article has been moved and seconded. Are there any comments from the floor?
Did this article pass in Alton?
Alton votes on Tuesday. They are an SB2 town. They postponed their voting for 2 weeks, and so we do not have the results of Alton.
Sylvester, can we ask that anybody that needs to speak come up to the microphone?
Yes, we can. Mrs. Plant?
Will Bartels, I'm at the microphone. Mr. Broderick, just to elaborate how this 35,000 is broke down, what the CBA includes, what it did not include, etc.
This is actually, as you can see, a 3-year contract. And we tried on the overhead PowerPoint to show some of the increases. So we're talking about a wage increase of 7% the first year, 5% the second, 5% the third. And I'd like to point out to you, to those of you that might be concerned about the 7% in the first year, our starting low wage right now for the para-educators at the high school is $13.75. So you put 7% on top of that, and it's really not a large increase. And the highest wage would be $18.84. The other breakdowns of the contract are the longevity stipend. That does not start until you have served at Prospect Mountain as a para-educator for 18 or more years. So if it's, 8 or more years. I'm getting old, sorry. So if you served 8 plus years, 8 to 11, you would receive $500. If you receive 11 to 15, $750. 15 to 20, it's $1,000. And after 20 years, it becomes $1,500. I will tell you, I was part of the negotiations, and looking at our roster at the high school for para-educators, we only have 2 individuals that qualify for the stipend. And that would be one at the first level, so we're talking about $500. And then we have one at the second level, which would be $750. I hope that answered your question.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle Rosado. I'd just like to support this article. Paraprofessionals have a very difficult job. They not only support these children in their educational requirements, but they support them in social requirements, making friends, personal hygiene, ADLs. This is a really challenging job, and anybody who does it is just brilliant in my mind. So please support these people. $13 an hour. I know everybody knows everybody is understaffed, and $13.70-something an hour is a very low wage in the world we live in right now. So please support these people. Please support special education, and support all the work they do on behalf of our children. Thank you.
Priscilla Teedy, former paraprofessional, 31 years here at Barnstead Elementary. Your giving longevity is so important, because when I worked here 10 years, I got up to $10 an hour, but people were getting higher than $10 an hour. And I love my job, so it really, the money didn't matter, but getting longevity just gave me that boost. That made me, I don't know, but it made me want to stay here more. And like Michelle said, you have no idea. If you have never been in this building or any building and watched the para-educator work, you have no idea what we do. We're not there just for special ed. We're there for the young child that came in because really bad day because they had a fight with their mom before they got to school. We meet that child at the door, we see their face, and we stop what we're doing. And we talk to that child. Para-educators are so important. So I please support this.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, if you're going to vote, I'm going to ask that you take a seat. And supervisors. So if you can stay seated while the ballot's being passed and then collected, it would help speed things along. Okay, we are voting on warrant Article 10. Would you please raise your voting card so that they know who to give a ballot to? I see one of these right here.
Raise your card.
I know.
After you receive your ballot, you can go ahead and put your card down.
I know.
If you have not voted on warrant Article 2, you have 10 minutes left.
I see you. They're all sticking. No. You sure? Yeah. Get on it. Here we go. Oh, you haven't gotten one yet? All right. I see Judy's coming up from back here. All right. I'm in collections. Collections. On for the floor. Jewelry works too. Bonds, anything good? Here comes Mel. Oh, I want to come back over eventually. Rounding them up, rounding them up. Take me with them.
When they can get that town paper.
If anybody lost any money in the ladies' bathroom, will you please come up and check? You can tell me how much you lost. You can buy a couple of lottery tickets with it. Okay, so you have 6 minutes left to vote on warrant Article 2. I just want to make sure everybody has that opportunity. Melissa, would you help this young man? So you have 5 minutes left to vote on warrant Article 2. I'm gonna wait a minute to read the results of Article 10, so that way we can close the bond voting on warrant Article 2, so that they can start counting. That way we can keep things moving a little quicker. I now declare the voting for warrant Article 2 closed. Mr. Assistant Moderator, would you please move the box over to the supervisors and unlock it so they can start counting? Thank you. Article 10. Yes, 126. No, 24. Article 10 passes as written. Ms. Henry.
I would like to restrict for reconsideration Articles 8 through 10, please.
So we have a motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 8 through 10 that has been seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, so for form's sake, oh, that passed. So for form's sake, for Article 11 needs to be read before it is withdrawn. So Article 11, shall the school district, if Article 10 is defeated, authorize the governing body to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 10 cost items only, recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 4-0 vote, a majority vote required.
Madam Moderator, I make a motion to withdraw this article.
A motion has been made and seconded to withdraw this article. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay.
About the no vote.
You got it too late.
What? Oh, all those opposed?
No.
Thank you. Okay, Article 12. To see if the Barnstead School District shall vote to adopt the provisions of New Hampshire RSA Chapter 194-D and become an open enrollment school district for the purpose of enabling the Prospect Mountain JMA Joint Board to admit students to the Prospect Mountain High School from outside the catchment area, with 0% of the resident student population eligible to seek enrollment outside of the Barnstead School District. What is your pleasure?
I make a motion to accept the article.
Article has been moved and seconded.
Madam Moderator, I ask the superintendent to have an opportunity to speak to this.
Okay, the superintendent will speak to the warrant article.
No presentation, no slides. There is information way in the back of the room. If anybody has no idea what this is about, it's back there, but in a very small nutshell, Prospect Mountain High School's enrollment has been declining very steadily over the last 15 years. That doesn't mean there's something wrong with Prospect Mountain High School. This is a reality in rural school districts throughout New Hampshire and across the country. It is not likely to change soon. We've done projections that show that school, which had as many as 550 students about 10 years ago, would have about 350, 360 students only 2 or 3 years from now. 450. I showed you slides, I'm sorry. It's a dramatic decline, and the problem is, it's a good school with great programs, including a wood shop, a metal shop, 2 fine arts studios, a drama program, music, beautiful music in a wonderful auditorium. But as enrollment declines, per pupil cost rises. That's just math. And then budget committees and citizens start to put pressure on the school board to start thinking about cutting some of these things because class sizes get incredibly small. Our average class sizes at Prospect Mountain High School next year in English will be 15 students in a class. In history will be 12 students in a class. That's all I can do off the top of my head, but I've got more if you ask. I can look up on the computer. The point is, open enrollment, we think, no other district in New Hampshire has done this yet. This law has existed since 2009, but nobody's tried to do this. Should allow the school board, the joint board at the high school, which is these 5 board members plus the 5 board members from Alton, to open up a limited number of seats, say 30, in next year's freshman class. What would that do? Well, that would take those English classes with 15 students in them and put 18 or 19 students in them. That would take those history classes with 12 students in them and put 16 or 17 students in. It wouldn't cost virtually anything. Wouldn't have to hire another teacher. Those classes already exist. Wouldn't have to spend more to heat the building. We're already doing that. Wouldn't have to spend more on electricity. The lights are already on. There'd be small costs. We issue Chromebooks. We're a one-to-one school, so we issue Chromebooks to every student. Those cost less than $500 each. There could be other marginal operating cost increases, but very small. As part of this law, we are then allowed to charge tuition to the districts throughout New Hampshire where these students might be coming from. So that's it in a nutshell. If there aren't additional questions, there's no reason to go on about it. If there are, we can certainly answer.
Wait a second, I have a question.
There's a question, and it has to do with transportation and additional special education costs beyond our regular operating costs. And those, so first of all, the open enrollment school, our district, does not provide transportation for students who reside outside of Alton or Barnstead. So these students would have to be able to provide their own transportation. And under New Hampshire law, the district of residence of a student is responsible for things like out-of-district placement for special education needs or other special education costs outside of the regular operating costs of the school. And that has been determined by the state board in other legal proceedings. Just recently, I received an email from the Commissioner of Education just a couple of weeks ago reaffirming that that is the case. Good. For now.
What does it mean, does not include outside of the Barnstead? That last statement.
So there's a frequently asked questions document in the back where we try to be really upfront about what we do know about this law and what's not really clear in the law. And this is one of the areas in RSA 194D that is really not clear. The warrant article must include a statement about how many students can pursue enrollment outside of the district. And since there are no other schools around here that have adopted the provisions of this law, we wrote 0. However, what I think is going to happen after or if this measure passes here in Barnstead and also in Alton on Tuesday is the State Board of Education is going to have to clarify what some of this means. Our best guess, working with our attorney, was that that part of the law might have been intended for a district like Manchester, where they have 3 different high schools. 3, is that right? Manchester. And it might have to do with how many students are allowed to go to different schools within the same district. We don't think it applies to us at all. If the commissioner and his attorney's interpretation of this law ends up being affirmed by the State Board of Education and is correct, then they don't need our permission to seek enrollment at an open enrollment school somewhere else in the state. What this does is it creates a reason for schools to compete a little bit. Now, we're not talking about everybody, we're talking about maybe 30 seats in a class. But at Prospect Mountain High School, that could be enough in terms of revenue, because here's the other end of the story. As revenue comes in the form of tuition, they actually don't just get to spend it. It reduces property taxes. So that's how, sort of to complete the circle, something like this, if it works out, could help maintain the programs that already exist at Prospect Mountain High School for Alton and Barnstead students by raising a little bit of revenue so we can continue to support that wood shop, that metal shop, that robotics program, all those other things that people at the high school are rightfully very proud of.
Hi, Carol Bagley. What is the cost per student to go to Alton? Is it the 2023 school year?
To the high school?
Yes, sorry, yes.
So the per pupil cost for this year, we don't actually get to figure it out until the end of the year when the books are closed out, but it's about $21,500 this year, our budget divided by the number of students at high school.
In your opinion, what is the impact for the smaller schools like Pittsfield? What would happen to those schools? Maybe you can't answer that, but what about the impact to the smaller schools?
I'll give you my opinion in the parking lot later. Is that okay?
Are there any other questions or comments on this article?
Will Bartels, 2 quick questions. It seems real easy to get into this agreement today. If we find out it's not working for us in 2 or 3 years, is it just as easy to get out?
Yeah, by vote of the legislative body, you become an open enrollment district, and by vote of the legislative body, you are no longer an open enrollment district. It is exactly the same process. At the same time, in addition to that, the school board annually has to hold a meeting to determine whether or not to open up any seats the next year. So if the school board decides it's not working well, they can stop anytime. But if the voters decide it's not working well, they can also place a warrant article by petition even if you needed to, and do the same thing that's happening here today.
Thank you. My second question is the teachers union on board with this, or are we going to be hearing from them in 3 years that now they got to go from 12 students in a history class up to 18, and so they got to double their salary?
Well, I don't speak for teachers unions, but there is nothing in the high school collective bargaining agreement that limits class sizes.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at this document here, and it says, for an example of potential emissions criteria, see this document.
So that's a link, sorry. And that link is on our, if you go to the high school website, you can find all of these, and that leads to a document that outlines. One of the concerns some people have had in conversation and public hearings about this has been, is it a free-for-all? Is it just anybody who shows up becomes a student at the high school? And the answer is no. There are 4 criteria that the board can use in developing an admissions process, and they include evaluations of the student's educational goals, evaluation of the student's prior commitment to education, and 2 other things that I'm trying to pull up on my computer right now. But that's what that other document is, and if you go to our website, you can click those words, they're blue, and it'll take you right to that. It's a sample criteria because it's ultimately the joint board that has to adopt it, then it gets submitted to the State Board of Education for their approval.
Follow-up, please. So, based on that, I understand it's aptitude, academic, and achievement, and some of those other criteria that you mentioned. But does the board have any idea of what kind of standard they're looking at? Is it, a 70% or an 80%? I mean, do we have any idea what that standard or criteria might be?
We haven't really discussed it in detail, but I think this board would agree that we're looking for a high standard.
So I can tell you that at the school district where I was previously employed, we were a public school district, not a private school, public school, and we accepted students through an admissions process. And that process included evaluation of the same sorts of things that are allowed here under New Hampshire law. Educational needs of the student, prior commitment to education, that could include grades, it could include attendance, it could include teacher or school counselor recommendations, so that it's not all about grades. It can include behavioral record, and then it includes includes space availability, which is not strictly about space available in the school like I already described, but also space available in special programs. So let's say the high school next year launches a robotics and engineering diploma pathway program, and we could give admissions preference to students who are particularly interested in that program.
Go ahead. Julie Couch. I'm sorry if you already said this. I know that you said that it's about $21,500 per year per student. So would that be the cost of incoming students under this plan?
Great question. The law contradicts itself. Awesome. In one passage, RSA 194D states that the open enrollment school will charge not less than 80% of its per pupil cost. In another passage, RSA 194D states that the school board can choose any tuition rate they want, essentially. So there's room for clarification by the State Board of Education or direct negotiation between school boards, between school districts.
So under that, then the taxpayers are paying $21,500, but you could have people coming in at a much lesser rate. Or they could charge more.
Which is typical, which is actually typical among some, not all, districts that have tuition agreements. Some districts with tuition agreements with other communities make sure that they charge the exact same amount as they do for the students who live in their own catchment area. Others do not, because they've made the same judgment or analysis that I talked about earlier, where we already have an English class. The teacher's already being paid. The lights and the heat are already on. And there are 15 students in the room. So the cost of putting 3 or 4 more students in that room is not the same as the cost of providing it here. The other important differentiation for those districts that have made this decision to charge a little less than their actual per pupil cost to those who don't live in their communities is that those other school boards don't become owners of the school. They don't become voters on the school board. They don't have policy control or control over curriculum. All of that authority continues to reside with the joint board from Alternate Barnstead.
And I have a second question, if you don't mind. I just want to really understand that about the cost of students that have maybe additional needs, whether they be special education, OT, PT, out-of-district placements. I believe you said that would go back to a school district of origin. Where would that school district have any say in that?
So typically in other districts, and there are districts in New Hampshire where this happens, just not under this law, a representative from that other district participates on the IP development.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Before Kate gets up there, I have the results from warrant Article 2. Do you guys want to switch gears, or do you want to finish warrant Article 12?
Let's finish 12.
Switch gears. Okay. So warrant Article 2. Yes, 105. No, 57. Warrant Article 2 passes as written. So in the process of keeping things moving, we still have to vote with the ballot box on warrant Article 3. Would you like to interrupt warrant Article 12 and start that?
No. Finish.
Yeses, please raise your card. Just give me a straw.
Point of order, can you clarify what a yes is for?
The yes is to switch to warrant Article 3 and vote on that.
That's where they can close it.
Okay, those who do not want to switch. Ooh, you guys are close again. Okay, it looks like we are not switching. We will finish warrant Article 12, then go to warrant Article 3.
Kate Prairie, super quickly, I just want to mention that the Space Needs Committee, while we didn't have anything to do with
how this was kind of designed and developed, we did factor it into our conversations around ways in which we could be respectful of tax dollars and defray costs. And the entire Space Needs Committee, I believe, although other members tell me I'm wrong, but we were pretty much all in favor of this and thought that it was a great way to defray those costs. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Chris Stortney, this is a question really for the superintendent. Two things. Have we done some research? You said 30 might be the cap, but you have a feel, you might get 15 students, 20 students the first year. That's number one. And number two, even though I know it's a private school, Co-Brown, as a private school, has been doing this for decades, or at least as long as their existence, which is where they get only so many students from other towns that want to join them. And students and their parents are interested in going to Co-Brown because of the quality of the education, much to the chagrin of Rochester, Barrington, Oyster River, etc. Thank you.
The number of students. So I forgot the question. So it's important. Like, I can talk about what's possible, but it's the board that makes the decisions here. It's important to draw that line from time to time. I'll work with other administrative staff to recommend a number that seems to fit without an impact on cost, or without a significant impact on cost that couldn't be easily absorbed through tuition while still leaving plenty of additional revenue to return as property tax relief, which is fundamentally what this is about, taxpayers. The answer, though, is I think once that number is set, it's per class. So, and again, I come from a district where we've done some of this. So if you bring in 39th graders, that's likely to become 27 or 28 10th graders, which is 25 11th graders and 23 graduates. That's just kind of how it works with these sorts of things. So by the time you're done, you're looking at between 105, 115 total students in the school, if you don't want to start incurring significant additional costs. Beyond that, I mean, I'm trying to get through today, right? And then let's get through the next couple of years before we start thinking too much more. There's a lot to work out with this. This is the beginning of something, very much the very beginning of something.
Tom Frangione partially answered my question with that. So you're saying the 30 student, or we're saying 30, we don't know. We would start with the incoming freshman class, and they would go off. That was my question. It's not a year by year, like somebody wants to come in for a senior year. My second question has to be, who actually makes the application? Are students' parents saying, I want my child to go to Prospect, or is it the town that says, because if some of you remember in this very community, we had to beg and choose where our students needed to go to high school before Prospect Mountain. That was not fun time for anybody. So, and that was by year, student by student, how that went down.
So the board decides, the first part was back on the number of students.
No, the year they're coming.
All right, yeah, so students coming in. So again, it is an annual decision by the joint board, right? So that's important. I can answer the question a certain way today, and ultimately they decide. Once the legislative bodies have allowed them to adopt the provisions of this RSA, it becomes up to the joint board annually to make these decisions. What have we been talking about? What would I recommend? Start small, don't try to take over. Start with some 9th graders. Now, if a 9th grader has an older sibling, so that the family can make transportation easier, could they accommodate that, perhaps? Do you think about a limited number of seats in the 10th grade the first year? Maybe. I don't think anybody's dreaming of trying to bring in 30 kids who are seniors in high school for just 1 year. That just doesn't seem to make sense, and I doubt that the joint board would have an interest in it. I hope that answers that. So the politics of this, which I don't care to weigh in on personally, for some people is that this is about families having more choice over where their kids go. So it would be through our website that families could make these applications. One way, and again, drawing on some of my previous experience doing this sort of thing, we can make sure that it's a student who's interested, not just mom or dad, is through a personal interview or an essay or some things like that. So there are ways in the admissions process to sort of key in on, is the student going to be committed to this? But this is different from the joint board at the high school and the school board in another town making a tuition agreement to send a number of students to Prosper. Now, they've been trying to do that. They've been trying to do that for the last 3 or 4 years and just haven't been able to consummate any of those deals.
Hi, one comment I just wanted to make and remind everybody is the board that you see in front of you has not been sitting on their hands for the last couple of years. They've been trying to work out things to keep our taxes lower too. And this is one of the projects. And that the advantage I see with this is that you will bring revenue into the town. And the thing is that it could also possibly expand some services like an LNA program to the high school, which will then attract more kids. And some of the kids that's going there now can step out into the hospital and get a job after they graduate from high school. So I think this is a great thing, and I want to thank the board for what they've done. Thank you.
Go ahead. Congratulations. Is this a two-way street if our kids opt out of Prospect? Is that an option?
If another district has adopted the provisions of the RSA, which right now, only one district in the state has adopted the provisions of RSA 194D. It happens to be Franklin. And I've talked to their superintendent who has told me that they've never even tried to accept a student under that status. So nobody's done it. It's just, this is never, but the answer to the question is, if other high schools do the same thing, arguably, yeah.
Would the district pay for that or parents?
Parents don't pay anything under this law.
I understand that. I was part of the group where we applied, and he's right. That was a terrible situation. So I'm just wondering, are we doing the right thing by our kids and other kids? In regards to open enrollment, are we doing right?
Okay, so it looks like there is no other discussion on Article 12. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No. No.
Okay, so Article 12 passes as written. Okay, Article 3 is another bond vote. So do we have Officer Pops? Would you go with Mr. Savage and make sure that ballot box is empty? Again, we would like the oldest person in the room to come up, and you will go first. Then people with mobility issues that cannot stand in line, you get to vote. And we will go through the same lineup, starting on this side of the room, the front of the room. And I will open voting in a minute. You can join me. Come on. So the oldest person in the room votes, and then people with mobility issues, please get in line. If you are standing along the wall on this side, I'm going to ask you to please move. So the time is now 11:52, and I will open the voting. Okay, Mr. Cotton goes first. We're voting on Article 3. It's a bond issue, so you need to do the ballot. So all the people with mobility issues, if you want to come up early to vote and not stand in line, please come up now.
can think of 400,000 things that I can do.
Okay, on this side of the room, the front of the room goes first. Come out to the middle of the room and then walk around. And we're going to start with the front row. Yeah. You need to have your license and your voter card again. Kevin, go around the other way. Get more completion.
Yeah,
How are you? Good. Hello.
How are ya?
Good, how you been?
Good, good.
You good, Brett? Beautiful.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Good, thanks.
Would be better.
So yeah, we'd rather have preschool separate, right?
I'm not sure. What is it going to free up for space? That little room, that's nothing.
Heaven only knows.
Thank you.
No, I guess not. I thought this was the town meeting also. trying to figure all this out. I want to get involved. Oh, yeah.
Last one.
Oh.
I just what was it? Look at this, like I can clear this whole back thing.
Sometimes the scouts.
I would pay a lot for the, I would pay extra for that box of cookies and not even feel bad about eating the whole thing.
Last time I saw it done was pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
Which is probably just needs to get kicked in the butt again.
Especially too, we were here till 2 o'clock last week. It was like, I'm starving.
That was amazing.
I'm like, I'll pay $5 for cookies right now.
Exactly. I would have some popcorn.
Yeah.
Hot dogs and popcorn.
And water. Yeah. Well, I can bring my own, I guess. Where we should have brought them Snack Shack. We brought that popcorn there, right?
What am I going to say? There's so many organizations.
Thanks, Dale. Well, I mean, yeah, sometimes they have stuff there
After you vote and you're going to stand up, could you move back away from the ballot box
I'm retired, but I'm still teaching.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Oh my God, my 10th grade.
Where? Is that two?
She's a grant from Lego.
Yeah.
And first for Rob.
Yeah. Two movies. It's oh, that's perfect. You're so yeah, it's tell me. I was devastated. Yeah. Shaking it. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Why do you think you can look?
Hey, after you vote, if you can step away from the ballot box, please. Please do not stand in the middle of the way people want to speak.
Sit down.
Did you tell us to sit down?
She did. You're talking too much. You can't hear.
So, but
you vote twice? Get this over and done with. We're going to buy a church next. We bought everything else. I'm going to buy the church too.
What are we going to do with the church?
Well, they were talking.
I think I'll take the baby. I was thinking August.
Oh, there's no classroom right there. We all
That's what I said. That's it.
Oh,
I can have you. That's right. That's right. That's it.
Because the little kids are smart.
That's exactly it. I like those.
You, I would. Careful.
After you vote, if you can step back away from the ballot box, thank you. Please do not block anybody's access.
No problem.
And they're going to pay less to come in? People need to think forward.
Don't want you to forget when I stay out there, why his father also passed away on Saturday. Yeah, so it was
You want someone to Well, that one guy just stood up and said the first year is no cost to taxpayers. So it didn't cost the first year to
Those of you that have not voted for warrant Article 3, would you please proceed up to the supervisors? If you have not voted, would you please vote on the warrant article 2? Okay, everybody that's voted, if you would please take a seat and we will resume with warrant article 13. Okay, if everybody would please take a seat so we can resume the meeting. Mr. Dwayne.
Hillary Henry, I would like to restrict reconsideration on Article 2, please.
A motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 2 has been moved and seconded. It was Mrs. Henry and Diane Byer. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article 2, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. Thank you, guys. Article 13. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate $13,926,509.00. This appropriation includes the amount of $4,355,652.00. The net appropriation for the Prospect Mountain High School operating budget for the support of schools, for the payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents, and for the payment for statutory obligations of the district. The Barnstead School Board recommends $13,926,509.00. This appropriation includes the amount of $4,355,652.00. The net appropriation for the Prospect Mountain High School operating budget, recommended by the Barnstead School Board 3-0, recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee 7-1, majority vote required.
Andrew Sylvester, Budget Committee Chairman, move the article as written.
The article has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none and seeing none, all those in favor of Article 13 as written, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Article 13 passes as written. Mrs. Henry.
Hillary Henry, I would like to restrict reconsideration of Article 13, please.
We have a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 13. It has been seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 13, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. So Article 13 has been voted to restrict reconsideration. Article 14. To see if the school district will authorize the school board to sell the district-owned property known as MAP 7, Lot 65-1, 54.635 acres, located near the intersection of South Barnstead Road and Hannah Nutter Road, Barnstead, on such terms and conditions as the board deems reasonable, and to authorize the board to take such votes and execute such documents as are necessary to effectuate the sale of the property at a sale price of not less than $318,000, and further to deposit the proceeds from the sale into the general fund. This special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 6, and will not lapse until the property is sold on or by June 30, 2028, whichever is sooner. Recommended by the school board, 4-0 vote. Recommended by the budget committee, 8-0 vote. Majority vote required.
Make a motion to accept the article as presented.
The article has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mary Clark. So last week, the town voted to raise and appropriate the sum of $318,000.
Can you guys hear her in the back?
Last week, the town voted to raise and appropriate the sum of $318,000. Can I amend the article to say that the school board must sell it to the town?
No.
Is that allowed?
So the town is going to pay the school $318,000 for the property on Hannah Nutter.
I'm checking with the attorney. You can adjust the dollar amount, but not restrict to its sources.
Good.
Chris Ferdinand. So for anybody that wasn't here last week, that is the assessed value of that piece of property by the town. That is the exact amount that the school board, who, remember, X number of years ago, we sold it to the school, and then the school put it in our tax bill to pay for that purchase. Now, I know that it's being funded by a state or federal grant, so it's not going to directly come out of our taxes, but it just rubs me the wrong way, number one. Number two, the plan, whether you agree or disagree with it, and the vote was 61-48. I asked for a recount, didn't happen. By a show of cards last week, that money will, the town, once they have the piece of property, their plan is to do something, whether it be taking out gravel or building a DPW building down the road. Whatever they plan to do with it, again, they are putting it on the second largest aquifer in the state of New Hampshire. I personally have a problem with that. Anybody that's looking in the future should have the same problem. So I will not be supporting this.
Michael Minor, I live over on Dewey Road. While I completely understand Mr. Fergie's concern about the aquifer, I personally would rather see this piece of land owned by the town where I have control in a town meeting as to what goes on with it, rather than having the school sell it to anyone else that can develop it and do whatever they want on it. If we sell it to the town from the school, we then can vote on what gets done with it and can protect that aquifer.
Did you folks hear him in the back?
Yeah.
Okay. There's someone behind you now.
Mary Clark, so you won't let us change this that you must sell it to the town. So you could basically sell it to anybody you want, and then we would not be able to control the land at all.
Our intent is to sell it to the town. But
you don't have to.
The attorney was indicating that you can't change the warrant article to say that we must. But yes, that's the intent of this whole thing.
But you could change it. There's nothing to prevent.
Right, but we're being transparent. Our intent is to sell it to the town.
Barbara Comtois, White Oak Road. So I have a couple, we spoke about this last week, and I'm not happy that we've already paid for this property once. I get it, it's coming out of ARPA funds, but it's for more than what the taxpayers have already paid for this property. However, in light of the fact that we can't put in that we're selling to the town, I would like to put in where the town has already appropriated $318,000 to make a motion that the sale price cannot be more than $318,000. And I would like a second.
I'll second. Second.
So we have one amendment to the article that the sale price to the town cannot be more than $318,000, and it was seconded by Sean Dunn.
It was not to the town, it was just the amount of dollars because we couldn't put in the town.
Okay, so it's just the sale price. The general. So we don't have to vote on that amendment right now, but you guys will keep me on my toes.
So if we get more money for it, you don't want more money.
Hello, Kate Berry, again, sorry. So I just want to give a little bit of context. The Space Needs Committee did discuss this at length, right? Both the Hannah Under property and in a couple of warrant articles, you see the other. First of all, I want to really respect Mary's comments, and what I'm really sensing when I kind of dig down and understand is a lack of trust, right? It's been proposed. We've heard from the town meeting that the money to purchase this property specifically was raised and appropriated at that time, and the townspeople approved it. And now we're hearing that the school is seeking our approval to authorize them to sell that property. If they were to sell that property to somebody else, you know exactly who is responsible, and you know exactly what to do about it. And I would encourage you, and I would lead that fight. So I just want to highlight that, like, this was kind of created or recommended, right, by Space Needs Committee as well as others, because we heard from people who were concerned about kind of the resources that the school had. Why are we leveraging all the resources to put towards making things affordable, and making priorities affordable, right? And we know that this building was identified as a priority, where potentially that land is not a priority and could be used for other purposes that you decide. Right now, it's kind of a black hole, and we're not using it for anything, right? It's a useless resource. So that was kind of why the Space Needs Committee chose to do that. And again, if it goes differently, call me. We'll have some fun.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate what Eliza just shared. We've had discussion, the 5 of us on the board, about the sale of this land. And the reason that it does not say to the town of Barnstead is because, as you know, the town of Barnstead voted first last week. And if that had been defeated, we did not want to have our article restrict us in any way. So we want to sell this property. It is our intention, I think I speak for everyone sitting here, to follow through with the sale to the town of Barnstead for $318,000.
I'd just like to comment on the last speaker's comment. This is not a useless piece of property. Again, it's the second largest aquifer in the state of New Hampshire. And we heard from Mr. Brett Teedy last week that this property has already been looked at and has gone to court. And it would take a ton of lawyers to build anything on this property. And I think there's going to be a lot of pushback from the town. So the town's now going to own a piece of property they can't do anything with. But again, it's not a useless piece of property. Probably everybody in this town gets their well somehow off of this aquifer. And if you're thinking about risking, I'm sorry the school owns it. It's their white elephant. It's not mine. And I don't want the town to have it and not be able to do anything with it
or try to do something with it that potentially could hurt that aquifer long after I'm dead and gone. Thank you.
So I was not at town meeting last week, and I am not an attorney, but I will tell you that I spent time reviewing the Belknap County Registry of Deeds records. There is nothing on record regarding this property outside of the initial purchase by the school district and the subsequent subdivision that was a part of that purchase and sale agreement at the time. And in the deed, there is no restriction that I could find about use of the property.
Go ahead,
Diane Meyer, Barnstead Select Board. Yes, the town did vote to go ahead with the purchase of the property to the town of Barnstead. In doing any type of development, of which there is none at this point in time, that the Select Board has even started to pursue, it is an area that we're looking potentially to locating the highway department down there. But anything that we do construction-wise would have to go through DES. There's no way we would be able to develop anything without involvement from DES because of the aquifer. It's 50-something acres. There's buildable that you can do in a portion of it. The footprint would be small and it would only be available for town use. So you sell it to anybody else, they can develop the property how they see fit. And then town services will be impacted as well as the school district. So I urge you to support this. Thank you.
This is Kate Curry. I just want to acknowledge the point that Mr. Fergie made and agree with him. I should not have used the word useless. It's unused, and that's different. So, Mr. Fergie, I just want to acknowledge that point. I know I'm supposed to address it to Nancy. Sorry. Thank you.
Mary Clark. So I have a copy from the Office of the Planning Board, May 16, 2000, which was recorded with the Belknap County Registry of Deeds. And it says, since this plot was recorded, a suit was filed in Belknap County Superior Court to appeal the planning board decision. In order to avert litigation, all parties agreed to remand the application to the board for reconsideration. The planning board on April 6, 2000 voted unanimously to revoke the subdivision and has complied with all of the other provisions of the RSA to revoke the subdivision. So initially, I believe, they were taking 12 acres out and doing a subdivision for the prior owner of the property. The thing that I find really interesting, on March 25th of 2000 was the day that they passed to purchase the property. The deed was recorded on March 28th. I find that 3 days to record a deed, get purchase and seal together. The school had always intended to purchase the property, but they already had an existing purchase and sale when they went into that town meeting. They knew if they didn't get it, I don't know what they would have done, but they already had a purchase and sale agreement, because I can't imagine a deed would have been executed 3 days after a meeting that said that they sold the property. But there was a lawsuit, and it is recorded in the Belknap County Registry of Deeds on May 18th of 2000. I don't know, there's restrictions on the land. If the land is sold to somebody else, because there's a restriction on the land that it has to be for government use right now. If it's sold, yes, anybody that purchased it, but according to the planning board, that it would have to be anything that is being built on that property has to go through planning board and planning board restrictions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hillary Henry. I think it was, well, Diane, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but at the town meeting last week, it was stated that this land has gravel and sand that we can use to help offset the cost with the town budget for the highway department.
Yeah, no back and forth conversation.
Okay. So 145,000, I thought it was 150,000, but however, so it does have a use that the town can use to offset the town budget with gravel and sand. So they have a plan for it as well.
Okay.
Brett Key, resident of Barnstead. I'm an abutter of the property. There is a lawsuit that was brought against the town of Barnstead, actually the school district, town of Barnstead. We were very fortunate to come up and won the case. There still is lawsuit that's pending against the school district. It's not pending, we won the case. Whether it's registered in the Belknap County Register of Deeds or not, I have the paperwork, it was done, and to this day, it's actually, I'm trying to think of the lawyer's name, in Compton, they're still in business, and I spoke to him after town meeting, and the case still stands as it was, and for anything to be done down there by the town of Barnstead, if they purchase a piece of property, it will have to go to Superior Court or some other court to rectify the lawsuit. And the biggest part of the lawsuit is that the land was subdivided illegally, which is land on the other side of the river that has never been claimed or surveyed or anything done with it. So there's more property than 54 acres that they claim that is there, and it's a lot of things that just have not been digested to the town or anyone else about the piece of property. So just so the people know, I told them at town meeting last week that buyer beware, and I'm just telling the school district here too, when you sell a piece of property to the town, if that's your intention and stuff, they're going to have to go through the hoops just like you people are going to have to go through the hoops. And I don't think anyone realizes what it would cost just to do the infrastructure for the roads and things to build that school down there. If they keep the property, but it's phenomenal. They'll have to do a tremendous amount of work on Hannah Road. They'd have to do a tremendous amount of work on New Road because they have to have two accesses for their school. That was brought out when this was all starting about building the school. But I just want people to understand that I'm not the bad guy here. There was 10 other people that went in on this lawsuit with me. There's a few still left in town that actually stayed in town after this. Some of them moved out, but I do have the paperwork. I can prove it to anyone who wants to see it. So I just want you to know up front that it's a very, very unique piece of property. It's whole. I don't know what the value of the property is. It's just too unique. It's just a beautiful piece of land. I mean, yes, there's sand and gravel on there, but I can tell you this, that they're going to really have a hard time getting the permit from DES to mine anything there because of the aquifer. So, telling you again, buy everywhere. So, give you the good news.
Thanks, Brett.
Hillary Henry, I'd like to call the question.
There's one person in line behind you. The question for Article 14 has been called, plus we have an amendment. But with your permission, can the woman in line please speak?
Again, for all of us, Ann Swick, Colbath Road, for all of us who were here last week, we did vote to authorize the sale. And I guess I want to point out, if we don't sell it to the town and someone else buys it, that someone else may have bigger expendable dollars to fight any litigation to get what they want. Whereas us in a small town, we don't have that kind of expendable funds. So what I'm saying is that if we sell it to someone else and they're a big, powerful corporation or developer buys it, they may have more legal resources to do what they want with it.
and we are no longer in control of that portion of property in our town. Okay, thank you. I know you all want to vote on the amendment and the question, so we can skip that column, the question, can't we? Okay. And I'm going to ask for a show of cards, so if the supervisors could get out to vote. So the first vote is the amendment to Article 14, and that is to sell for not more than $318,000. So all those in favor of amendment to Article 14 to sell for not more than $318,000, please raise your card. Okay. All those voting no for the First Amendment to Article 14 to sell for not more than $318,000, please raise your card. Okay, you can put your cards down. We'll have a total in a second. Okay, so the results on the amendment to Article 14, yes 99, no 11. So now we will vote on Article 14 for the sale price of the Hannah property at $318,000. All those in favor, please raise your card, and the supervisors will be around to count. Okay, you can put your cards down. All those voting no on Article 14, please raise your card. Okay, you can put your cards down. you haven't voted on warrant Article 3, please make sure you do. You have 10 minutes left. So the results for for Article 14, yes 95, no 18. The article passes as amended. Article 15, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $318,000 to be added to the future expansion of BES Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This sum is to come from June 30 fund balance available for transfer on July 1. No amount to be raised from taxation, contingent on the passing of Article 14, recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 5-0 vote, recommended by the Barnstead Budget Committee, 8-0 vote. Majority vote required. What is your pleasure?
I move Article 15 as presented.
The article has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Not on this article. I have a question, I guess it's a point of order. Where is the operating budget for Barnstead Elementary to vote on?
We did that on Article 13.
We all thought that was just Prospect Mountain. So all right, so when can we, so now we can't even address that.
You can address it 7 days from now.
Yeah. I'll come up at the end when you ask if we have anything else to add.
So we would have to vote to undo restriction, and then today, and then we'd have to come back and vote on it next Saturday.
I just kind of want to know what Barnstead Elementary costs, if we could get that answered. Okay, and then the other thing, because I can't see that from back there, so, yeah, I'll come up and talk to you. Because it's not good.
Okay, so Article 15 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on Article 15?
Very sneaky. Public home 12 White Oak Road. Just a point of clarification.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Point of clarification. I understand that it says it's contingent on the passing of Article 14. But it states that the money is going to automatically be removed from fund balance, if I understand this correctly. And although we passed 14, it does not say contingent upon the sale of the property, which I think is extremely important.
Once in a while, I disagree with the Department of Revenue Administration, but they win. And the original draft of Article 14 included the proceeds of that sale being deposited into this fund, and DRA required us to split it into a second article. So if the fund balance does not exist, there can't be a transfer. So the authorization to make the transfer is automatically contingent on the funds being present. Because if the money's not there, it can't be transferred. So the effect is still the same, and for the sake of a school board member not having to draw the lines here, I'm sure everyone can see what the intent of these three articles together is, which is to sell the property on Hannah Nutter, to deposit that money into the future expansion capital reserve, and then in the next article, again contingent, to seek authorization to expend from that fund.
May I follow up? So, if I remember correctly, we had $569,000 in the fund balance. And even after today's articles, I believe we would still have enough money in the fund balance to make this transaction even without the sale of this property.
I think the question about the balance in a fund earlier was regarding building maintenance, or at least the answer was about building maintenance. The end of year unencumbered surplus or fund balance, we don't know yet. we're still like 6 or 8 weeks away from a decent estimate, and then we don't really know. But is there likely to be this kind of money in unexpended surplus at the end of the year? There probably is. Routinely, that does tend to happen. We don't know that now. We can't guarantee it yet.
So based on that fact, really you don't need the sale of the property based on this article. I know it says contingent on, but it says that it's an automatic transfer into the fund balance. I just want to be clear on this.
Can I try and clarify that? Any sale has to come in, according to DRA, as a revenue source, which goes into your general fund. Then that money comes out of the general fund to fund what the article is. That's how it works with DRA. They will not do it any other way, but that's how it's shown. So as far as the other fund that you were talking about, which is the building maintenance fund, that's completely separate and cannot be used for purchase of real estate. So that's why you cannot mix the funds that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was unfunded balance.
So seeing and hearing no other comments, I'm going to ask all those in favor of Article 15 to please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes have it. Okay. Camp plans again. I'm confused, so I think others might be as well. So clarification, or maybe a show of hands from the people in the audience. Maybe it is just me. When we voted on Article 13, nowhere in there does it really say that it's the operating budget for Barnstead Elementary School as well. And I looked at the number and thought it was kind of high for just what Prospect Mountain needed, but it says that we were going to appropriate the $4,355,652 needed for Prospect Mountain. And so I voted thinking that I was approving what we needed to support the high school, but I was not thinking I was voting for the support of Barnstead Elementary School yet. I thought that would be, somehow worded to clarify that I was also doing the operating budget for Barnstead Elementary School, because there's no numbers here for the operating budget of Barnstead Elementary School. I mean, I can do the math and subtract, but, so I just wondered if there's a show of hands of how many other people thought the same thing that I thought, because I know there's people that want to talk about the operating budget for Barnstead Elementary School, and apparently we can't. You can vote to revoke restriction of Article 13, and then we come back next Saturday to vote on it. So, Hillary hasn't made that yet? No, sorry. She did, and it passed. I just wondered how many people were
voting on something.
because it doesn't state that it's the operating budget for Barnstead Elementary School. That's all. So, just a quick straw poll, how many people are confused by Article 13? Just raise your hand. So it's not everybody in the room, it's about 50-50. Okay, Mrs. Landry.
I'm going to apologize for any of you that are brand new to this meeting, haven't been here in the past few years, but as long as we've had Prospect Mountain High School, this is the way the article has been worded. We give the total budget, you saw it on the PowerPoint too, total budget for the entire school, which includes Prospect Mountain. And it includes the elementary school, the JMA assessment amount, which covers basically tuition of our students based on enrollment, and then other costs that are outside that, whether it be transportation or other district costs. But that's the way it's been as long as we've had Prospect Mountain High School.
Hold on a second. The hour now being 12:52, I would like to close the voting on warrant article number 3. I like doing that. Mr. Savage, would you please bring the box to the supervisors? Okay, go ahead.
David Allen. I'm sorry, but as I read Article 13, I see a reference to Prospect Mountain High School, but I don't think I see a reference to Barnstead Elementary School.
It was on the slide.
There are 2 separate numbers in that warrant article. One is the total cost, which is the $13,926,509. And then it says that includes the $4,355,652 for Prospect Mountain. That's what it says.
Okay, you guys, let's listen to Mrs. Teedy.
I'm sorry that I'm keeping you here. But I really need to speak to this school, and I want to find out if there's a time we can speak to this school. Could you make, like, at the end of the meeting, anything else before? You usually do that, right?
Right.
So we can speak then?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Professor, Chair. I just want to note on page 9, Article 15 from last year's school district meeting is worded exactly the same. Dollar amount there, but it's worded the same.
Thank you.
I would like to request that in next year's warrant article, it specifically identify the amount for Prospect Mountain and the amount for Barnstead Elementary School, and it includes the names of both schools in the warrant article. I think that would help the transparency that you have been talking about, and it would lessen the confusion that you have been hearing about from your audience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've already established that I personally don't always agree with the Department of Revenue Administration, and that it doesn't matter. The form of the articles is set by DRA. The article is written in a form dictated by DRA. We actually have to submit the warrant to DRA for their approval, and they will change it if they think we've done something that doesn't fit their form. That's the reason this slide, and this isn't new, we didn't create this in the last 3 years. It's the reason that this meeting, going back many years from what I understand, has presented a slide like this that breaks down the operating costs covered by this article. Because we can't write just whatever we want in the warrant article. DRA simply won't let us.
Go ahead.
Linda Vermonte. Let's take a look at page 43, because that's where your budget overview is, where this $13,926,509 is broken down between the elementary and the high school.
Read the articles you're voting on.
Okay, so let's move on to warrant article 16.
Thank you.
To see if the school district will authorize the school board to purchase the property known as the Maple Street Church, located at 96 Maple Street, Center Barnstead, consisting of approximately 1 acre and building for the sum of $350,000 for future expansion of BES, and to authorize the school board to take such votes and execute such documents as are necessary to effectuate the purchase of the property, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 for the purpose of purchasing said property, and to authorize the withdrawal of said sum from the future expansion of BES Capital Reserve Fund previously established, This article is contingent on the sale of the Hannah Nutter property as described in Article 14, and furthermore on the passing of Articles 14 and 15. No additional dollars will be raised from taxation. This special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 6, and will not lapse until the property is purchased or by June 30, 2028, whichever is sooner. Recommended by the school board, 4-0 vote. Recommended by the budget committee, 8-0 vote. Majority vote required. What is your pleasure?
Second.
The article has been moved and seconded, and Mr. Furtney, I see you with the mic.
Chris Furtney, I would ask and invite the superintendent to briefly summarize what the plan would be concerning pre-K. I think we already covered tax implications, but how it would free up space here at the school in the not so distant future if the purchase wasn't being made. Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, nobody voted against allowing me to speak. I expect better next year. I'll do this in two. We spent some time looking at the church, which the current owners planned to put on the public market for sale. So something is going to be over there that is not a church, more than likely. If the school acquires it, the back half of the church, which was fairly recently renovated, we looked at it with the fire chief, we looked at it with the town's building inspector. We can start using that renovated part immediately, beginning next fall. Preschool programs in New Hampshire are not required by law, even though at this point most elementary schools have them. As a result, school building aid does not reimburse any cost of developing preschool space. So if we create an early learning center over there at that property, using the already renovated part of that building, our costs will be exceedingly low, and we won't need to come back for any additional appropriation. We're talking about internet, phone service, some really relatively simple things that we can do out of our existing resources, out of our operating budget for the year. But more to the point, it allows this building to serve only reimbursable functions under the building aid program. So it's a small difference, a marginal difference, but we're in an every dollar counts situation. So establishing an early learning center over there allows us to maximize state aid in this building should we be fortunate enough after the votes today to proceed with state aid.
He kept it under 3 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Dunn.
Hi, Sean Dunn. I'm wondering if we have a purchase and sales agreement already for the $350,000 for the school? You do? Yep.
It's contingent on.
Any other questions and comments regarding Article 16? Okay. I'm going to ask the supervisors to count, since you guys like to holler. All those in favor of Article 16, please raise your card.
The insurance. Why do we buy a church? Separation of church and state. You love your taxes, why not pay more?
Okay, you can put your cards down. All those against Article 16, please raise your card.
I say we run the church and take the chairs.
Okay, you can put your cards down. So the results for Article 16, yes 94, no 17. Article 16 passes as read.
Hillary Kidney, I would like to restrict reconsideration on Articles 14 through 16, please.
So we have a motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 14, 15, and 16, and it has been seconded by Diane Fire. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. Has voted to restrict reconsideration. Article 3, we have the results. Yes, 113, no 44. Article 3 passes with a 3/5 vote.
Hi, I know you're tired. Hillary Henry, I would like to restrict reconsideration on Article 3, please.
So we have a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 3. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, we have voted to restrict reconsideration. So I know we have several people to come before the mic.
Again. First, I'm going to start with a negative, which is not really doing that. We need to get our Barnstead website up to date. Barnstead Elementary, it looks like we have one fifth grade teacher, one sixth grade teacher, no art teacher, no music teacher. Come on, IT people, let's get it up to date. Because when a sweet woman came out to talk to my grandson one day when I brought him to school, and she was calming him down, I didn't know she was the principal. But she did a great job. My other thing is the special ed. Limited, saying only 24 paraprofessionals are needed, I don't know how you can say that. Because you have no idea what next year is bringing. I'm bringing you one that in preschool now that demands a lot of attention. I can't imagine kindergarten. He's IEP. I've never had kids on IEP. I have two now. I'm responsible for my grandchildren's education, and I'm very worried about special ed because we don't have a director in the school, and she has to come back and forth. I hope Barnstead gets a little more consideration in that department. Let's see, what? That was my negative. My positives, of course, are everyone that works in the school. They work damn hard, and they do a great job, and I just want to say thank you to all of you for educating my children, and now my grandchildren. Thank you.
Mary Flo, I was hoping to speak to this on Article 13. Well, I was confused about that as well. But we've been in Barnstead 22 years this June. We homeschooled up until about 2016 when our first special ed daughter, Joanna, was placed here. Now, I'm going to tell you a little story about special ed back then. We did not want to send her here. We wanted her to go to a different school. we had an advocate that came and met with the team here with us. And that advocate, after the team proposed what they could do for Joanna, took us aside and said, you need to place her here. This, I've never seen in my 50 years of special ed experience, a proposal this good. And so we did. Fast forward to this year, Barnstead Elementary School is not meeting the needs of the special ed students here this year. So imagine my concern on page 43 of the district report to see 3 very profound special education cuts. I welcome you to turn there. I put it on the Barnstead Community Facebook page earlier last week as a concern. Hold on. I'm wondering how it is that this town can afford to cut special education staff when records indicate that you've not been providing the services you're required to provide this year. Does the school board realize, and do you, the taxpayers, understand when a district is found liable for not providing children with a free and appropriate public education, they'll be responsible for paying tuition out of district? How do you respond?
Yes, the school district is responsible for out-of-district placements, and the proposed budget already approved today actually includes increases for out-of-district placements for both the high school and the elementary school levels in Barnstead. So that financial responsibility is included in the budget.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to everybody. I have enjoyed being your school moderator. You guys have kept me on the toes. And you have Mr. Savage back there, and I expect you all to give him the same treatment you gave me and keep him on his toes. So, if there's no other comments, I'll take a motion to adjourn. It's been moved and seconded, and I guess you're all in favor? Okay, thank you, and see you around town.
Next time. City. I can get out of the car and